that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hi everyone, welcome to Tbilisi, Georgia. We have here FIDE Women's Grand Prix first leg, and over here in the middle of the town, the participants are playing the tournament. After 6 rounds, we have 4 leaders: Dzagnidze, Mariya Muzychuk, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Stavroula Tsolakidou are leading the competition. Round 7 is about to start right now, and we're gonna have an amazing fight over the board. You don't want to miss any action. Let's go now to the playing venue.
Welcome everyone. This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, and here we are back in the studio and playing venue where the participants of the Grand Prix are getting together, and will start soon the day. In the studio we will be doing the coverage of the round 7. Keti, Tsatsalashvili and Valeriane Gaprindashvili Valerie.
Hello
another
everybody.
day.
Hello everybody. Today we have round number 7 of the Grand Prix series, the first stage for the 2024-2025, starting in Tbilisi. So we are very glad to see the chess players entering the playing venue. As you know, the atmosphere is just excellent here, and atmosphere in the tournament is quite complicated. We have 5 leaders here, so every next round will be extremely decisive. Here we see Kashlinskaya Alina entering the playing venue. So let's see what's happening inside.
Exactly. This is our huge playing venue of this event. Alina Kashlinskaya, who just entered in the playing venue, is one of the 5 leaders with 3.5 points out of 6 games. And on these beautiful stairs, we're gonna have more participants just getting down to the playing venue. And who is this? Is it Stavroula?
No.
Stavroula and Anna.
Yes.
They are getting ready. They cannot be late, but
Stavroula is also in the leaders, as I remember.
That's right. Stavroula is one of the leaders. Anna Muzychuk, again, knew her style. Our viewers like that very much. The players have this kind of superstitious things. When the things are going well in the round, you want to somehow wear the same things or look the same. There are a lot of funny superstitions for the chess players.
And here we are inside of the playing venue.
Almost all the players are here. You guys, once again, gonna remind the rule of 0 tolerance of being late. In case if a player is even a second late before the start of the tournament, then €300 will be deducted from the price of this.
And here we have the first board, which will be very decisive game between Bibisara Assaubayeva and Kosteniuk Alexandra. Both of them are super focused.
Exactly, although those 2 players, they still have to do. They have to win to join the leaders. More specifically, Alexandra Kosteniuk is just half a point behind Bibisara Assaubayeva, and the decisive result on this board will lead one of these participants to the leader's position. And second board is empty. Stavroula, Nana Dzagnidze.
But we saw Stavroula entered the playing venue. Maybe she's walking just
tea or
around.
coffee. Anna Muzychuk looking sharp today. Black pieces. She will actually take Vaishali.
Vaishali, who lost 2 games in a row, having a tough period of the tournament. And of course, she will try to recover. Here we have Mariya Muzychuk also entered.
Mariya Muzychuk is leading to her board. Lela Javakhishvili is already at the table, waiting for the opponent with white pieces. Also a very important game over here, as Mariya Muzychuk is one of the co-leaders of the tournament.
And we have another board also ready. This is Sarasadat and Kashlinskaya Alina. So all players are there, as we see. No, we're missing 2 of them.
Nana is missing, and Vaishali is
Vaishali and Nana, yes, that's correct.
Sarasadat made a draw yesterday against Mariya Muzychuk. She had a bit of edge and very good initiative with black pieces.
Yeah, she had the chance to have a rook and the bishop against the rook, but she chose another line, and later they just agreed on draw.
Most of the players have glass of water at the table and a cup of coffee or tea, so they are getting ready for long, long, long day.
We have 2 minutes before the start of the round.
To start, and we
Here
oh
we
no,
have
Vaishali is
Vaishali.
over here. Seems like she was in rush to get the game, to get at the board. And she has arrived. Very important round.
Very interesting pairs today, by the way, on the round number 7.
At this point, after round 6, Vaishali and Sarasadat are having 2 points. For them, last 2 rounds are also quite crucial to get some points and to not lose the rating. It's
Yes,
very
sure.
important. Nana, where is Nana? Stavroula is waiting. Nana is not at the table.
So it will be a very interesting beginning, I think. So Keti, as both of them, love to be super prepared in the opening. So let's see if it will be blitzing from both sides for a while at least.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. Of course, we're going to keep the eye on this match of Vaishali and Mariya Muzychuk. We can see that's just a little bit less than 10 minutes before the start of the round 7. We have this focus moment. And let's see if Nana has already arrived or not.
No, we don't
it
have
is
Nana
empty.
yet.
Oh, no.
It's becoming dangerous, connected to the rules, and 300 euros.
Slip out of the pocket. That's not a good idea. I think Nana
She has to be there. She has to be
Yeah,
there.
Stavroula had such a leak on the side. I think she saw her opponent.
What about the result in case of being late? So how much they could be late on the game, not connected to the penalty?
They will not get the 0. They can just be late.
They will be just penalized.
Penalty, yes.
And 1 minute. We don't have Nana there yet. And here we are.
Last minute show up.
Exactly. There was 13 seconds
Wow.
left.
Maybe she was somewhere around and talking to somebody or just sitting. So Nana had such a winning game against Bibisara Assaubayeva. She played so well in the round 6.
And they started.
Wow.
That's it. The game is on.
The game has just started and Stavroula made her first move. This is 1e4 against Nana Dzagnidze. I would expect c5 from Nana, Sicilian.
Here we have both of them leading the tournament.
That's right.
Okay, and
Yes.
here we are.
And here we are. Here we have the chess board as well. Very important round. 7th, 8th, and 9th round are the most crucial. We might have some more players joining the leaders, or we might have even just one sole leader emerged after round 7. That is everything. What if situation? So we have to see how this round will go for the players.
This is a Caro-Kann, as I see, with e5 and c5 line for black. This is quite active variation in Caro-Kann from black side. And let's see, it's going to be a very interesting game.
We're talking about Nana versus Stavroula. I thought Nana would go with c5, Sicilian, but instead she went more strategical setup with Caro-Kann.
And after d4, d5, e5. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Now we have the results of the previous round, where we had 4 draws and only Kashlinskaya, Alina, won against Vaishali. Now we'd like to see the standings for this round. This is a pairings for this round. So Assaubayeva, Bibisara playing against Kosteniuk, Tsolakidou, Stavroula, Dzagnidze, Nana, Vaishali, Muzychuk, Anna, Sarasadat with Kashlinskaya, Alina, and Javakhishvili, Lela, Muzychuk, and Mariya. This is a pairings for today.
And let's take a look at the standings, or soon it will appear on our screen to check it out. All the participants who are leading the competition. And those players are Nana Dzagnidze, Alina Kashlinskaya, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Mariya Muzychuk, and Stavroula Tsolakidou. So this is the situation after round 6. Let's see what today brings to us.
So let's go to the games. We could start with the continue with Nana Dzagnidze's game. Here Stavroula decided one of the important lines, d takes e5, e6, and c3. Instead of c3, there were some other lines also, but as Stavroula already decided to do c3, let's consider here what black can do. So one of the moves that black can do is bishop c5. Nana decided to play knight c6. This is also the move, of course. Later, knight f3 happened, and bishop takes c5. This is a position that we have right now. Let's see how Stavroula will continue in this position. The interesting idea is b4, bishop b6, and b5, knight a5, and then play knight b d2. And this is what is happening right now. So it was just like a few seconds ahead of the game. So b4. On b4, the most obvious move is bishop b6. Another option is to go on e7. Bishop b6 seems more flexible. Let's see what Nana will do here. I don't think it has to be the unexpected move for her.
But still taking some moments. This is not the main line, obviously, in this happening. So in that case, she'll take some more time.
Yes, it seems like Nana is thinking, making the decision where to go with that bishop. As we already said, bishop b6 is more flexible place for the dark square bishop for black. Okay, maybe we can take a look at other games as Nana is thinking. Board 1, Assaubayeva Bibisara against Kosteniuk Alexandra. And let's see what was happening here from the beginning. The Catalan system. Yes, one of the basic theoretical lines here is a lot of structure that the white can do. This is developing the knight on c3, or playing b3, or playing queen c2. Let's see what will be the choice of Bibisara. Board 3 is, and as we are expecting, we can see at the clock that they already did 8 moves, and they have more time on the clock than from the beginning.
Spend any minute of the clock. None of the players.
Yeah, this is a game Vaishali against Muzychuk Anna. Let's take a quick look how it was happening. So the Italian game. And this is a position with a mutual play in the opening move number 8. Nothing unexpected is happening for now. It seems like Vaishali already played the move, and that move is rook e1. Rook e1. After rook e1, I think black could do even a4, for example, to get more space on the queen side. Okay, this is a mutual play. Next board, we have Sarah Hadem against Kashlinskaya Alina. With also a very theoretical line in Benko system.
Yeah, this is not the opening that we see every day. It is quite
yes, that's the first time we
see
see in this tournament, actually.
Right.
It's the first
At the
time.
high level, it is not very often played. So you have here this development.
Yeah, black is sacrificing the pawn, getting the initiative on the queen side, with the typical ideas of Benko. Let's see what will be next. At least nothing so unexpected. The only thing is that happening here that we have that opening for the first time in this tournament.
But also, on the other hand, it's quite promising opening for us. A lot of interesting tactical moments can appear in this opening. So I'm very excited to see this happening.
Correct. And board 5, Javakhishvili Lela against Muzychuk Mariya. Here we have the English beginning with the white, the structure of c4 and g3, bishop g2. And we have some more moves on the board, as I see, or not. After, yeah, maybe this is a position that we have. Yeah, the same position that is on the board.
Look at the replacement of the knights. It's like 3D situation, like two knights.
Like standing on each other.
Yes.
Bishop takes
c3. C3 happened.
Wait, so
Wait,
white played e4. White played e4, and
Mariya just chopped that knight right away without a3, without thinking too much here.
After e4, actually, she can do that. B takes c3. The next could be c6, d5 idea for black, which seems quite okay. Let's see if Mariya is ready for that to do.
Okay, okay, very interesting.
And here we are. She played c6.
This game is also quite promising. We might have some excitement as black decided to give up the dark square bishop so early, and now she's going for the control of the center after c6, d5 ideas.
What is engine suggesting here is knight e2 on d5, just take everything, I mean the pawns, and after knight takes d5 to play d4, take on d4 and take with the queen. This is a position with a mutual play after bishop e6. That's just an equal position, very close to equal, but let's see.
Yeah, what has this pawn structure with 3 islands and usually is considered to be weaker, but pair of bishop compensates that. And also the semi-open b file, rook b1, somewhere will really annoy black's bishop on c8. So yeah, this pawn is a weakness, but white has enough compensation to recover that weakness.
We can take a look at the game of Tsolakidou against Dzagnidze. That exactly the same thing is happening that we are considering, bishop b6 and b5. Now knight a5 is the best move for black, but Nana is taking her time. She is taking her time. I don't think she was not ready of that. She's just double checking her thoughts.
Exactly, and Stavroula seems to be ready for this response. She is actually just blitzing out all the moves.
On the board,
not very popular line this before.
You are talking about Nana Dzagnidze and Tsolakidou.
Yeah, just checking the games, and there is Vashi and Giri that played recently, just 1 year ago, but it's not so often played. So it's a sideline, and probably Stavroula prepared this one against Nana.
So So knight
Just
a5.
few, less
has
than
to
10
be-
games, yeah. Knight a5 or knight to e7. That two moves happened. I think knight a5 is most natural move here to be played. And now white can play bishop to a3 to stop development, and we can see knight jumped on a5. And then black can go with bishop to d7 to target pawn on b5, knight to d2. And now black can go with rook to c8, targeting the pawn on c3. And this line can go with bishop to b4, knight d7, black will castle on the short side, white will develop the bishop on d3, castle also on the short side, and we're gonna have this position where knight will jump on z4 for black, and white also has this beautiful king side play with bishop d3, knight g5, and maybe even a Greek sacrifice ideas on the king side.
Let's go to board 1. Assaubayeva Bibisara against Kosteniuk Alexandra. Here we have the typical, the very basic and theoretical line of Catalan. And okay, I think both of the players has too much experience of playing this line. So actually the game here in this variation is quite complicated with a lot of pieces on the board. Usually it is happening like that we're gonna have all of the pieces for a long time on the board.
Right, FIDE is taking her time. She has spent about 6 minutes from the start, and now considering to develop this bishop from b2. Usually the bishop in this Catalan defense stands on d2, where it is bothering knights. It is just on the square where the knight goes. So here Bibisara is thinking how to proceed this position, but usually white goes with rook to d1, knight to d2, and then e4 to get the space advantage in the center.
Yeah, also it's possible to play knight c3 with sacrificing the pawn on c4. So here is different lines. Let's see which one Bibisara choose. Next board we have again Tsolakidou Stavroula against Dzagnidze Nana, and Stavroula played bishop d3. We are talking about bishop a3, but bishop a3 is a move that white can do anytime, so it's not changing much.
Kind of transposes to the
Yes.
same variation. You can
Yes.
really stop bishop a3 happening. Obviously, you don't want to place bishop c5 here to do so.
Yes. Next board, Vaishali against Muzychuk, Anna, and here both of the opponents start thinking. After a5, rook e1, Anna played h6, which is quite obvious move. Now it is Vaishali to move. We can suggest c3, d4 idea for white. No, Vaishali is doing h3, which is also absolutely okay. So the opening is actually over here. Here could be that both of the sides will start thinking already. They will not continue blitzing, that's a fact. Next board, Sarasadat Kashlinskaya Alina. Sara captured on a6 in this position. Queen a5 is an interesting move for black. And then just do castle. So the point of queen a5 is to play knight e4 in case it will be possible. Board 5, we have Javakhishvili Lela, that on c6 she played queen b3, trying to stop Muzychuk, Maria's idea that was pushing d5. So now d5 maybe is not good immediately, as after taking on d5, take on d5, take on d5, trying to get the compensation with e4, will face knight e2. Now e4 pawn is not hanging because still e4 pawn will be hanging, and on rook e8 white already can play c4. So d5 immediately is not the best option, but black has a very interesting knight a6 here. So for example, on knight e2 to play d5 anyway. That on taking on d5, take on d5, and then if the white still takes on d5, there will be knight c5. Now if the white is still trying to hold that pawn after b6, bishop a6 is a very dangerous threat where black has a very big advantage. So the best option after taking knight c5 will be queen c2. And now black could take on d5 or even play bishop g4, which is also very interesting. Let's see what Mariya will decide here to do, but okay, that's a fact that knight a6 is quite interesting move.
This is the move that gets the attention to be played, because the queen b3 will be annoying the pawn on b7, and black wants to develop the bishop, of course.
Yes, and that if not knight a6, then you have to play d6 and develop like that. But knight on a6 seems kind of interesting and promising if you want later to push d5 anyway, as if the black will put d6, then no problem, white will also continue developing. That will be a mutual play. So knight a6 is kind of giving it chances to ask for more than the mutual play.
Exactly. The games are going a little bit slow today. The moves we're receiving are not that fast, actually. Do you think the players are just maybe a little bit tired as it is almost the end of the tournament?
That can be.
Also, another thing is that it's they don't want to risk too much, so they're
That's also true.
Very solid.
That's also true.
All of these players, they have so much on the table. Mariya Muzychuk right now on the screen.
We have this position where she's thinking what to do with 1 hour and 23 minutes on the clock. Lela looks quite comfortable, so it gives us the thought that it's not the first time she's looking at that
or
position,
maybe
that's for sure, and could be, of course, the proper preparation.
Although they have spent almost equal time, 21 minutes and 23 for Mariya, 1 minute and 25 for Lela. First interesting move has been played by Alexandra Kosteniuk against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Alexandra decided to go with bishop to a6 in this position.
I remember this is also the line.
Can I show you my favorite line here?
Yeah.
So here white goes with b3, knight to d7. Black wants to develop rook on c8 and push c5. White goes with knight c3. So I want to play e4, and I'm sacrificing the pawn on c4. So taking here knight to d2. Now I want to take the pawn back and also pawn on c6. So after capturing on b3, I take it back with my pawn. This bishop goes back on b7. And now white goes with either e4, d5 ideas, or knight c4, knight e5, and bishop c4 ideas.
That's true.
This used to be one of my favorite.
Full compensation for white. Let's see.
Quite difficult to play on the board this with black, because white has a lot of space advantage.
So Bibisara played b3.
b3 has been played. But as now this bishop is on c1, you can also just play knight d2. You don't necessarily need to sacrifice the pawn on c4. That's also true.
So on knight bd7 instead of knight c3, it's absolutely possible to play knight d2.
Rook to c8 or c5 right away.
c5 right away makes sense. Yeah. And this is it. Knight bd7 was played. And now let's see. the response of Bibisara on knight bd7. Okay, Bibisara could take a time here after knight bd7, so we go to second board. Oh, Nana start thinking here. Actually, what we can mention in this tournament, Nana is taking quite much time in the beginning. So she kind of loves to double check everything, to remind everything, and to play like that.
Yeah, that's true. She's actually thinking a lot, and that's a bit unusual because usually she plays quite fast. But here she wants to make sure that all her decisions are good. I think just the fact that she played yesterday this brilliant game and then she blundered move by move might cost because of the tiredness.
Yes.
Because she's spending a lot of time, she's doing a lot of job at the very early stage of the game, and then of course
she's working hard on each move, almost starting from the beginning.
Stavroula seems like this is the line she had today on her.
Yes, so that's preparation.
Preparation, yeah, on your computer.
Next board we have Vaishali against Muzychuk Anna, where the last move was rook e8. Rook e8. Okay, that has an idea, of course, to put the bishop on f8, and that bishop will not be hanging anymore. It seems like it will be a long game, long and the tough and the complicated game, as here we also have every piece on the board already on the move number 10. They did not do even single trading.
No, not even a pawn. Okay. These games are usually quite slow, and then it starts to be more exciting after the time pressure.
Yes.
In the time pressure.
Next board we have few moves yet. Sarasadat against Kashlinskaya Alina. Sarasadat looks thinking less, so it seems like this is more pleasant position for her for now, as she was maybe better prepared of this position, for this position. And Kashlinskaya Alina is taking her time after castle and knight f3. Okay, here nothing special is happening. Black has to play d6 now or later and then take on a6. So Alina maybe is thinking just which one to do first, play d6 or first take on a6. Oh, and here we have a very interesting moves from Lela Javakhishvili. She played bishop a3 on knight a6. So the last position was this that we are considering, and after knight a6, Lela played bishop a3. Now if the black plays rook e8, there will be just knight e2, and I think d5 does not work anymore because bishop is controlling the c5 square. And now white will be just pawn up after taking on d5. So bishop a3 is kind of stopping d5, very nice idea. What engine says, and just suggesting for black, this is d6 still on bishop a3 to play d6, and on knight e2 still play knight c5. This is a very interesting idea.
We might have double pawns on c5 if white takes the knight on c5. And in that case, I think black might be super happy with this position, because bishop c5, pawn takes c5, white will have the back rank pawn on d2.
Yes.
And after castle, black even might just play queen to d3 to...
Yes, also that pawn on d2
is just hanging, yeah, you just...
So maybe taking on c5 is not the best option, and queen c2 makes more sense, and for example on bishop e6 just stay with d3 and then do the castle. White also has their game connected to f4, so that will be quite complicated game, I think so, with the mutual chances. We have no more new moves, but in the game of Nana Dzagnidze, she played h6, which is a little bit unexpected for me.
Yeah, well, she was worried of the Greek sacrifice, I guess. So let's say instead of h6, if she plays knight to e7.
Knight e7 or bishop d7. I mean, the natural moves. Knight e7.
Let's say knight e7. White castles, black castles, and bishop to h7. King takes h7.
Yes, that makes sense.
Knight g5. And king
okay,
g6. So
on king g8 there is just a checkmate after queen h5. As on rook e8 there will be queen h7, king f8 and bishop a3. I hope so. Yes, pinning that knight and queen h8 is a checkmate. So black has to play king g6. And in that case, after h4, the black king is still in trouble. So, but the thing is that the black is not forced to do castle here. Black could continue with bishop d7, and h6 could be done later anytime.
Maybe she was worried of bishop g5 here, the pin, and after h6 to play bishop h4.
You know what? If the black ignores that pin, yes, and put that king on e7, why not?
Okay, what happens after takes?
So take. Seems like quite okay for black, as the dark squares could be quite important. And there is no more dark square bishop for white. Right, seems okay. Do you know what? After h6, a very nice idea appears for Stavroula, and this is queen a4, queen g4.
Oh, okay.
Attacking the king side. Engine says that it is giving the big advantage for white.
Oh, wow. Queen a4, queen g4 is powerful.
Yes, knight e7, the obvious move. And queen g4. And the troubles already have started on the king side. Engine says king f8 is the best move. Okay, we'll understand that after king f8. When you are forced to play king f8, this is not from easy life. Let's see if Stavroula will get that idea.
Well, if you have to play anyway with the king and lost the right to castle, that was better to get the bishop, dark square bishop, also off the board.
Yes.
Oh yeah, queen a4, queen g4 is a beautiful idea, but also quite unexpected. As the king is still in the center, the pieces on the queen side are not developed. Maybe it is.
For example, if white plays castle, then after knight e7, the position is absolutely okay for black.
Yeah.
As now queen a4 does not make any big sense because there will be castle, and queen g4 is actually facing f5. And now it will be absolutely different story on the board as the black is on time. Let's move to the first board, where Assaubayeva Bibisara made her choice connected to the dark square bishop, and she decided to develop that bishop from b2 after b3. So this is a position that we have right now after rook c8. That's just a completely mutual play. That's a mutual play, very tough position actually, with the different ideas, with the different, moves and chances on all around the board.
Exactly.
Board 3, Vaishali with Muzychuk, rook e8, and nothing has changed from that moment, and
I think we just have a move. The knights are off the board, so that's the bishop on f6. So Vaishali captured Vaishali captures the knight on f6, bishop f6, bishop e6 is another move.
Okay, I don't know what about you, Keti, but I think Vaishali is trying to be solid in this game. That's a fact that the white does not have any kind of advantage. And Vaishali is just doing the solid and safe moves. I like the position for black here, as d5 is also coming. It's not like any kind of advantage. c4 here we are.
Vaishali stops that d5 happening.
But now a4 and some squares appears there.
Knight a5, knight b3.
Just in case we need that, and that a4 pawn will not be a problem because it could be supported with queen d7 anytime.
Right, after c4 now it will be tough to push the pawn on d4 in the center.
Yes.
So white will just keep this structure like that. Maybe something like bishop to, like let's say a4, bishop e3, to keep this bishop here, and then to look for some ideas like knight d2, knight to b1, knight c3, go after this pawn and go after d5
Here
square.
is very interesting, bishop g5, as that bishop on f6 is not the happiest guy.
We ignore that and play knight b1.
Knight b1. On knight b1, the engine says that after rook g6 there could be some troubles on the king side.
Queen f3 to guard the pawn h3.
There knight d4 is also coming.
Oh, okay.
And if we continue with the same knight c3, then bishop takes e3. Now we could not take with the pawn because h3 pawn is hanging, and in case of taking with the rook, then knight d4, and actually black is first here, that improving the pieces. Okay, after c4, a4, I think it's not so dangerous for now to have that weak square on b3. We can put the bishop on d2 and c3, which seems quite flexible. That to don't trade the dark square bishop on the same time, because actually white's bishop has to be better than the black's bishop, as black's bishop is stuck in his own in its own pawns. Okay, we have a very interesting situation with Sarah Hadem and Kashlinskaya Alina, where Kashlinskaya Alina already spent more than 25 minutes on the move number. I mean, she did already only 7 moves, and she's thinking what to do next in this position. It gives us the thought that it's not what Alina was expecting in this game.
Well, the thing is that Alina plays this opening. This is her opening to play Banco or Benoni style variations. And the Sarah's answers that she played so fast, this move e3, then knight f3, knight c3, I think surprised her a little bit. Seems like Sarah is well prepared for against her, because this is Alina's one of the main lines. With black pieces, maybe she just wants to distract her from the preparation. But also, it's quite difficult, right? There are like most common moves here. You cannot just invent a new bicycle here. You have to go after center with d6.
But taking so much time is still surprising.
It is surprising. It is very surprising.
I mean, doing all of that, what you said, I think it's possible in 5, 6, 7 minutes, and 25 minutes is kind of too much in the position where you know all ideas very well.
Exactly. I think this decision that Sarah played e3 here, because e4 is the move that usually white goes with to have the center. I think e3 is something that Alina is bothered. It stops the development of the dark square bishop. However, it controls d4 square and f4 square, which is very often important in this opening. And Alina, she made the move.
She played d6. It was absolutely expected move that we were talking about. And we have the new move in Lela Javakhishvili and Muzychuk Maria's game, knight c5, as we are considering knight c5, and we were suggesting here queen c2 for white, as taking on c5 will create the weakness on d file for white. This will be the d2 pawn. So this is a game, Javakhishvili Lela with the Muzychuk Mariya.
Interesting, because the idea of bishop a3 was to stop knight c5 happening, but black can anyway play knight c5.
Yes, but on the same time that bishop a3 actually did his job, as the black could not play d5. But they moved to another idea. This is knight c5. Okay, I like to go to the game Tsolakidou Stavroula Dzagnidze Nana, where it was a nice plan connected to Queen A4 and Queen G4. So Stavroula missed that. She played castle, but on the same time, Nana also missing the chance to be on time on the king side to play knight e7 and castle. She played bishop d7. And now White still has a chance to play Queen A4 and Queen G4.
Again.
Again, yes.
Yeah, but this Queen A4 is a little bit natural move to my eyes.
Yes, it is.
You might
Yes,
think,
it
if
is.
you want to get the queen on G4, you might think to play knight E1 and queen G4, or knight
By the
D2
way,
and
knight
queen
D4 is very interesting move also, which could be done. It's also an interesting move here. Black could continue with knight E7, but queen G4 is still working here, by the way. Still creating some troubles. Okay, the position is quite complicated. Actually,
Well,
all of the boards are already ended the opening lines.
Yeah, but let's summarize the whole situation. Bibisara against Kosteniuk, Catalan opening quite promising. The game is
Yes.
on. This Karakan here
Also
also very
promising.
very promising.
The only very slow game we have with Vaishali Muzychuk,
Anna. And then Lela Javakhishvili Banco is always fun,
Yes.
obviously. And the last game, Javakhishvili against Muzychuk.
Also very
Mariya,
interesting.
very interesting setup so far. So nice start of the round 7, although it is a bit slow for me compared to
Yes,
the
it
other
is.
round.
Yes, it
we
is.
can feel that players are trying their best to be super solid, not to miss any chance anymore. And they already might feel a little bit tired as well
That's
after
true.
such a tough competition. And you guys, after 5-6 hours of playing, then they have to also prepare for the next game, which is quite tough. It is time for us to take a break, and by the time we're back, we will see more of the moves, and we hope that we're gonna get more moves to analyze
And
these
more
games.
complicated
And
games.
more complication, of course. And I think we're a team. The viewers and the commentators are always the team. Don't go anywhere. Please be around, because we'll be back shortly.
Good evening for Tbilisi, Georgia. Round 6 is underway here at the Women's Grand Prix, and a very exciting game just finished between Alina Kashlinskaya and Vaishali R. Alina, you won. It was really a fighting game, one of the most exciting games of the round. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm happy to finally win a game, and it seems like not a bad game. At least I couldn't see how, I don't know, I blundered or my opponent blundered, so it was just a very fighting game. And I have to admit that the opening that happened, King's Indian defense, that was the only opening on my list to repeat before the game that I didn't check. So, but I had some ideas. Of course, I'm playing also King's Indian with black pieces, so I know a lot of lines there. And I have chosen one that I prepared against someone some time ago, before my motherhood. Yeah, and
just to be clear, that was about 10 months ago, so,
yes,
so it's not that far long.
10 months plus 9 months pregnancy, you know, so it was like 2 years ago probably. Anyway, she played the very sharp line with b5, and I actually knew it from the black's perspective, and I knew that it exists, but also I knew that objectively it's not great. But I remembered I think that was the game Conero Pets at Grand Prix or somewhere, something like this, that this line was played, and white, I guess, got very bad position quite fast. So I knew I had to be careful, and well, I don't know what was going on, actually.
No, but from the computer analysis, you played really well. She obviously got in time trouble, Vaishali, and started pushing the pawns. You mentioned one thing at the beginning, that this was the only line you didn't check and then happen. I mean, this happens in life. You study at university. The only questions you don't double check night before the exam, and you get them, and somehow you ace them. So in chess, clearly that happens as well. Were you concerned initially, or were you when that line happened that you didn't check it, or did this thing, as you said, immediately come to your mind? You remembered what you prepared 2 years ago and kind of leaned on that?
Well, of course, it's not the best feeling when someone is playing sharp line against you, because normally, okay, I know some lines in King's Indian, so I don't think that I would lose immediately the game. But when your opponent plays a very sharp line, the knowledge that I'm better helps definitely, because if I wouldn't know this move b5, then of course it might go either way.
And when you're playing sharp games, are you in a mindset to play a sharp game? Because a lot depends on the opponent. If they choose a dull line, then you can't really do much. Same goes for you, of course. But if the opponent goes for a sharp game, does that give you extra excitement about the game? Or are there moments when you feel like, actually, I don't want to play a sharp game. Let me dull this as much as I can?
Well, it's hard to dull in King's Indian. But yeah, I have to say that today I had a good mood to play a fighting game, especially that my opponent is extremely strong and I have good statistics against her. I think I won 2 classical games. In Blitz and Rapid I lost, I guess, but classical games were good for me, so I was quite optimistic and wanted just to play.
And on a more general note, I know we discussed about your son here, and I think in the hotel everyone knows you and your son. Everyone says hello and is very friendly. FIDE has launched this initiative, Chess Mom, a while back, and I understand in Budapest, chess players, mothers are invited to come with their children. So how do you feel about that? Do you feel that will be an extra help to you there, or how will it in any way impact you?
Well, actually, I would like to use the opportunity to thank for this initiative, to thank FIDE for this initiative, because now, as I am a mom, I want to travel with my son everywhere, because I don't want to lose time. That is very important for me and for him, I think. So it's great that we have the opportunity to come to the tournaments together. And of course, if I come with my son, I also need someone to take care of him. And again, I want to use the opportunity to thank my mom that she's going with me to the tournaments and helps with the son, with her grandson. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to go to the Olympiad with him, and we'll see how it will be.
And in general, do you find the organizers more understanding of you traveling with your child?
I hope so, although I have to, I don't know, I've mentioned that no one is sitting in this area where we are eating. I don't know why. Maybe we are making so much noise with our kid, but...
I go for the same. It's parents always think it's that, but actually other people, they just don't want to disturb. At least this is how I comfort myself as a parent.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you so much and good luck tonight with putting your baby to sleep. I know you told me it's a bit of trouble, but also good luck with the rest of the games.
Thank you very much.
This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix first leg in Tbilisi, Georgia. I'm Keti, this is Valerie, and we have round 7 in progress. All the games right now are heating up, Valerie, and at this point, after round 6, we do have 5 leaders sharing the points 3.5, and this round is decisive. Do you think, Valerie, that we're gonna have less or more leaders in this competition?
Yes, that's for sure. After today's round, the picture could be actually the same, but absolutely different on the same time. So we can go to the games. Let's start with the board 1. Where Assaubayeva Bibisara playing against Kosteniuk Alexandra. This is a position after move 17. The last move was knight d2 to b3. This position seems like with a mutual play. Actually, it was from the beginning like that, and nothing much has changed for last 7-8 moves. The times are also almost equal for both of the opponents on the clock. So what could we suggest here for black? The most natural move is knight a4 to attack the dark square bishop. And after bishop a1, just for example, to play bishop f6. On knight c6, we can just simply go on e8. And now the knight also on c6 is hanging. That's a mutual play, as I said, but quite complicated position, because still there are all pieces on the board, only 3 pawns are traded, and all pieces on the board with the different ideas, either tactical or strategical ones.
Right. Here we have these positions. Look at these knights in the center. White actually could play knight c4 instead of b3, and we're gonna have this 4 knights situation. This is quite a common position of this opening, what we have right now. Catalan is. But to be honest, like if I play this one with black, and I have solved the problem of my queen side, pushed c5, and then also solved the issue of my light square bishop, which is now on a6. My last issue would be here, the d8 queen, because it's pinned on the file. So black takes care of that, because in some positions e4 might be the threat with knight e6 or knight f5, knight c6, what you mentioned.
Trading some pieces will be excellent for black.
I think
here.
black would feel so comfortable in the end game.
What about taking on b3? Seems to me so natural.
Takes for sure.
Take on c1 also.
In this case, I would consider to take here with a queen and keep the rook on d file to still look for some pin on that file. And
queen b6 maybe could be unpleasant for black, as there is some knight c6 ideas first.
Knight c6 is
and then
always there in
taking
these
on d5
positions.
is kind of gaining the pawn. Yes, that's quite complicated. So the straight tradings is not the best option for black. Okay, that's why maybe knight a4 is actually the best move. And on bishop a1 instead of bishop f6, even to play bishop a3.
Right. Look at this active play and the c3 square. For black, c3 is a hole for black to use, and for white, c6 is a hole in this kind of structure.
To solve that c6 square problem with queen e8 somewhere later.
Can be possible.
That seems quite interesting idea, and maybe even the best option for black. For Alexandra Kosteniuk. Let's go to the next board.
Before we go, I found it quite difficult to play myself when there are no pawns in the center, which shapes the whole board. But instead of that, when we have pieces in the board, they are super active in the center, and it can be double-edged position. Anything can happen for even small misplay here from any of the sides can cause the serious advantage for the opponent. So I think this is something that we can come back later on.
Yeah,
and
sure.
After some moves, we might already have the clear picture.
Here we have Tsolakidou, Stavroula with Dzagnidze, Nana, and as we see, Queen A4, Queen G4 still happened. I'm not sure about the last move. Yes, knight D4 maybe is not the best option. The engine suggests here Queen F4.
Shall we go ahead and check Bishop G6 move, because this is the move for sure Stavroula calculated.
Yes, because now she has less time than Nana Dzagnidze. So take, and King F8. And on Bishop A3 there is Bishop C5.
So that's the issue. And here it is difficult to bring the pieces into the attack, because whole queen side is not
just
developed.
standing.
And
it seems like not working.
there is no way to get the knight or rook into the game, so it is not worthy to sacrifice now. But Valerie, this pawn G6, pawn H6, we call that hook. So at some point we just might sacrifice the piece for even 2 pawns, but very good compensation.
Yes. Okay, so maybe the best here anyway was to develop that piece like Bishop A3, and on the same time to create that threat on taking on G6, forcing black to play knight E7, and just to put bishop on B4. Somehow I like that bishop on B4, it is very well developed. And later to try to create the troubles on the king side. But Stavroula played a knight D4, which actually engine does not love, and saying that after knight E7, white has to go back knight F3. I mean, the best place for a white's knight.
What is the idea of knight D4 in your
Actually,
opinion?
I don't get that. What could be the idea of knight D4? It's not pressing anything. It's not attacking anything.
I think she just wants to play F4 and to think somewhere F5, maybe rook F3, rook G3, rook F3, rook H3.
It will take too much time.
Shall we take a look at
So
that?
for example, F4, right? On F4 there is rook takes C3 also, the move.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's show that on the board. It's a pretty move.
So F4, rook takes C3, knight takes C3, and bishop takes D4 with a huge advantage for black.
Jack and knight is hanging. Knight E7 is on the board. We might see some kind of F4 later on, maybe after king H1. Let's do king H1, as black cannot castle here, pawn on H6
Then
is
there is
hanging.
knight C4 counterplay.
Nice.
And on F4, then it will be just bishop takes D4, C takes D4, queen B6, and that pawn is hanging on D4. And it's kind of not possible to support that pawn. Here black also has advantage. So knight D4 is a strange move, Keti, for me. I mean, I just don't get the point of that move. And she did the move immediately.
Rook E1.
Rook E1.
Okay, rook E1, rook E3, rook H3. That makes more sense. But white still has to take care of the queen side, because these pieces
now
are
the new
simply
move
not in the
appears,
game.
and this is knight F5.
Okay.
And in case white captures on F5, for example, with the bishop, then it will be E takes F5, and then bishop E6. So even on queen G3, engine suggests bishop E6. And in case of taking on E6, it says that even this position is very good for black. It's very strange, but okay, after king D7, it says that black does not have any troubles. But they are pawn down. They are pawn down. And actually sacrificing another pawn. That's a little bit crazy. Queen E7 and bishop takes H6. Let's follow the engine's line. The take on G7, take on G7, and rook H4. Bishop F6 and rook F4. It says that the black has a complete compensation here. As F2 pawn is hanging, after rook E2 there is knight C4. And white has a problem with development of the queen side. That makes sense. That's a very interesting thing. Okay, so after knight E7 we have rook E1 move on the board. So if not knight F5, then it's even difficult what to suggest for black. Knight f5 is such a natural move that has to be played. I don't think that knight c4 makes any big sense, as we don't want anything later. White could even support that pawn with a4. And still black has a problem with the king side, so knight f5 seems the best option for black to do in this moment. Nana is thinking. I think she will take some time here to think, as knight f5 is quite important and decisive move to play. Next board, Vaishali Muzychuk Anna. We have this position after move 17. So as we see, Anna did not play a4 when we were considering it in this position to play a4 to create the square on b3 for her knight, for example, for later it could go there. So she played king h7, and Vaishali immediately played b3, of course, as on a4. Now it will be b4. Later it was g6, queen d2, bishop g7, bishop b2, and a very slow game, yes. Very slow game, maybe already with slightly better chances for white, as white has more space, and based on that.
Yeah, well, we were actually talking about this position much earlier, and your suggestion here was to play a4.
Yes, well, that's
which is so useful idea. After a4, you can never play b4 so comfortably.
Yes,
and now,
it is.
after b4, this space advantage can create long-term.
No, it is very interesting idea that the white has is to play b5, and for example, knight goes, I don't know, for example, on d8 and d4. And now some troubles could appear here, as well, black has to take care about the d4 pawn and make the decision what are they doing. The next plan for white is very simple, rook a d1 and then capture on e5. So I think Vaishali will do that. Let's take a look what's going on. If black moved the knight on e7, here will be d4 anyway. Yes, I like white's position here. It's quite difficult to play with black colors, as the black is missing space and missing the counterplay also. Next board, Sarasadat Khademalsharieh, Alina. So what happened here after knight f3, d6, h3, queen a5, a7, bishop d2, and bishop e2. It seems to me that Alina has the good compensation here for pawn. She could continue with the typical idea of bishop a6 and on castle to play rook fb8 to press the queenside pawns. Yes, I love black's position here actually. They have a full compensation.
Right.
And Javakhishvili Lela with the Muzychuk Anna, and we have d5 anyway on the board. But I think white is ready for that. The taking on d5, take on d5, and now taking on d5 does not work, as after taking on d5 there will be knight d3 with a big advantage for black. So it seems that white has to play d3 to support their pawn on c4, which of course makes sense. That makes sense. As taking on c4, take on c4, then the rook on a8 hanging. And if black ignores and play rook c8, for example, then it will be just c takes d5. And on knight takes d5, there is very powerful d4. And the black has a trouble on d-file. The knight will be pinned, so the position is quite tricky, and Lela has a good chance here to get the advantage, as d5 was actually a little bit risky for black. Instead of d5 in this position, that's the current position, right? Why not to take on c4? It's so obvious to take on c4. Wait a sec. So what was that Mariya did not like here for black? Just taking the pawn. And on d4, knight takes e4. This is suggestion of engine. Bishop takes e4. Wow. Okay, now I understood what she did not like. She did not want to sacrifice the piece. E takes d4. Now white could not take on d4 because e2 knight is hanging. In case of queen g4, again we follow the line of the engine, h5.
Oh gosh.
Queen takes h5, rook d5, queen f3, and queen e8. Rook d2, and that just take on c3. Queen
That
takes
is very
c3,
heavy
bishop takes
calculation done
c2.
by Stockfish.
Yes, that could be the line. Yes, bishop c4 is a little bit risky for black also, I understand now, because they are sacrificing the piece there. Instead of that, Mariya decided to play on d5, but on d5, as we already said, Lela has a very nice e takes d5, c takes d5, and d3. And this is a promising position for white. As pair of the bishops, both of them start working. The other pieces are also ready to open up the position. So let's see what Lela will decide here. If she will choose this line taking on d5 and then d3. Okay, now we go to the first board. Here we have Assaubayeva Bibisara against Kosteniuk Alexandra, where Alexandra played knight a4 as we were suggesting. Here also, Keti, we have a little bit slow game, you know. It's a slow game here happening. So we did all comments on that position. Actually, nothing new is happening for now on bishop a1.
Oh.
On bishop a1. Yeah, we had some troubles with the electricity, but everything is on.
Blackout, but I think it was just a second.
Yes.
So Bibisara's reaction with that. But it was just a blink of the moment. Actually, we had some situation like that. Anyway.
Yes, bishop a1 and bishop a3. This is what we are considering, and it actually could happen in the game, but let's see. Nana, rook e1, Nana is still thinking. So here we have the same position. Nothing has changed.
Take it slow. Both of the players, Nana and Stavroula. Rook to e1 has been played, and oh, look at this picture. We have some guests in the playing venue. And I think
this is a chess player, by the way. That a girl, her last name is Limar, from Georgia. She is a vice champion of Georgian championship.
The little one.
Yes, the little one. This one.
Oh, so cute! I think I have seen. This is the whole family. This is the whole family from Keti.
Yes. The older ones also playing chess.
That a lot of chess players are, and I'm also from Keti, so I have noticed them where they were playing. So we have father and mother, and they have 3 daughters, twin daughters.
Yes,
they also play chess, quite successful chess players. And the little one, I think she's winning a lot of tournaments lately.
Yes, she
Look
is.
at her,
She's
so
a
cute.
vice champion.
And we also have on the background the former president of Georgian Chess Federation. So those people are, I guess, supporting Georgian players, or maybe they just want to see.
No, I think they are supporting Georgians, and mostly when Nana Dzagnidze is in the leaders group, so maybe
you have to do that as a Georgian.
Yes, for sure.
Wow, that is nice, you guys. If you are around, if you are in Tbilisi visiting, or you live here, make sure that you paid us a visit, because it is free of charge to come in here. It is nice venue. You can meet the champions in face. You can see how does it feel to be at the top chess tournaments.
So about the position, we couldn't say much, as we have the same position that we are considering very well. And we are suggesting knight f5 for Nana here to play. But Nana is taking her time. Now she is thinking more than the 8 minutes. On the same time, Vaishali with Muzychuk Anna decided to play bishop c3, but not b5. This is giving the extra chance. So from the beginning, I actually mentioned that Vaishali is kind of trying to be very solid and safe, you know, and the last move also talks about it, but on the same time, this is giving the excellent chance for Black to make the position easy for them after taking the pawn, and even try to play rook b8 and then queen c8 to trade everything on a file.
Yeah, this is only open file, so whoever wins the battle on that file will get the advantage. So that's why Black has to control this file.
So without bishop c3, if White plays b5, it was a little bit more tough for Black. And then d4 just to keep the space. So what's the point of the space? That the opponent could not move easily, right? So if they trade the pieces, then there is no point of space. So for example, there is no space advantage in pawn's endgame. It does not make any sense. It has to be as much pieces on the board as possible. But again, maybe this is the strategy of Vaishali, to be just solid and safe.
Yeah, and also like after this move, knight will be kicked out from c6 square, and maybe White can also just rotate the knight h2, knight g4, knight d3, and to get this knight on d5. Just imagine if knight is on d5, it will not be easy to kick out, because after c6 you are weakening b6 square as well. And as the position is super close, there is no any single open file. You have plenty of time to do all these maneuvering moves. Or then White has to open up the king side somehow with knight h2, once again f4, knight g4, rook to f1, and so on and so on.
That's true. Yeah, I like b5 move here. I like b5 move, as after bishop c3, Anna could simplify the position by taking on b4 and opening up the a file, where Black could trade the measure pieces.
Do you know what I'm thinking? Instead of bishop c3, how about b5 in that situation, and then bishop to c3? So b5, knight d8, and bishop c3, just provocating the pawn on a5. I'm sure this was the calculation of Vaishali. Do you think that she didn't like b6, knight b7, knight c5 idea, or?
Yeah, maybe.
Perhaps this was Anna's plan here in this position. Then knight gets comfortably on c5, and trying to hold it.
Yes. Okay. We have what we have. For now, after taking on b4, we're going to have a very simple position on the board. Sarah Hadem against Kashlinskaya Alina. This is a position after bishop a6.
Look at the time situation of Alina. Even though this is her opening, she plays hundreds of games in this opening. Still down to 38 minutes. We can see that Sarah is ahead of time, and I think this is one of the first times we can see Sarah on time on the clock.
Yeah.
Other days she was thinking much, quite a lot.
Yes. Okay. As a position, we can say that Black has the full compensation for the pawn here. They have a choice to take on e2 or even play rook fb8 immediately, and the compensation is already on the board. Let's see how it continues later. So we already considered this position, nothing new is happening. And the same is on Lela Javakhishvili and Muzychuk Maria's position. Here Lela Javakhishvili is thinking. She is thinking. She has an excellent chance to get some advantage by taking on d5 and then play d3. But she is taking her time. She has 40 minutes on the clock. By the way, this is only move 14. And she's
here
doing
we have
that.
it takes d5.
Yes. E takes d5. The answer will be immediate, I think so. Black also will take on d5. Yes, it is. And now d3 seems like a very effective move, which actually gives the advantage to white. d3 seems very nice.
d3.
Yeah, just d3.
It's also a quite natural move because obviously you don't want to take this pawn on d5 and give the whole on
yeah,
d3.
actually the
That's
main
so
point.
bad whole.
The main point is that if white takes on d5, there is knight d3. So that's why white is doing first d3 and on rook c8, then take on d5. And now there is no knight d3, and on knight d5, then d4, opening up the position with a clear advantage for white. Okay, it's not, of course, the easy to see, to mention, to realize that all of this is so good for white, but Lela has a chance, and let's see if she will use the chance of playing d3 and then later taking on d5 and pushing d4.
Yep, she has to speed up a little bit because there is a time difference here in this game, more than 15 minutes. Maybe it's not too much at this point, but the next move has to be done quickly, rather quickly, because we have seen some ups and downs in the time pressure. So yeah, that's very important to have a good time management in the game and to keep the time for the later purposes to improve the position.
That's true. And we have some changes in Vaishali and Muzychuk Anna's game. So Anna captured on b4, and then she captured on a1, and then she played f5. Actually, why not? The life is much easier now for black than it was few moves ago.
How about b5 here to kick this knight and where the knight goes?
So after b5, knight goes on d4 already.
We'll take that knight.
Take with the what? With the
bishop perhaps.
With
Bishop takes, pawn takes.
Then it's very interesting intermediary move. Taking on e4, take, then take on d4. And okay, black has enough counterplay here.
Because this pawn on d4 is quite strong. How about knight d4?
On knight d4 it could be even very dangerous as, let's say it actually. So after f5, the best that we could consider for white is taking on f5, take on f5, then b5. And in case of knight d4 now, then it will be bishop takes d4, e takes d4, queen rook a7 first. And on b6, queen f4, now white is gaining the pawn. And there will be the huge advantage. So knight d4 is not possible here, but black can easily go on d8 or e7. And then knight goes on g6. Okay, this is a position where it a little bit smells of draw already. But let's see. We have the new move that Kashlinskaya did. This is queen b7 against Sarasadat. So Sarasadat against Kashlinskaya Alina. Alina is with black. The last move was queen b7, attacking d5 pawn. Yes, I love black's position here. I love black's position because they already start creating the troubles, and they have the full compensation for the pawn.
So let's say how white is going to guard the pawn on b2.
b2 and d5, both of them.
d5 also hangs. So bishop to a6.
Bishop has to take on a6, rook takes a6, and it seems like bishop c1 is forced.
To guard both of the pawns.
Yes.
Let's say bishop c1. It's not appealing move, but we have to do it. Whenever black gets the pawn back, black will start to improve the position and get better and better.
Yes, do you know what I don't like, Keti? That when you are forced to play bishop c1, the move like bishop c1, it means that the opponent's position is okay. It's super okay. So knight b6 here or rook f8, another threat.
I was thinking about a4 in this position with the idea of knight b5 to control
on
the
A4
queen
there
side.
is another square
C4.
on B3 and D3 that
Yeah, Sara takes
yeah,
the
Sara
bishop.
took the bishop, so rook A6 will be the immediate answer. No. Alina is still taking the time, even
I
on
think
that
just a
move.
bit. Double checking, but of course she'll take with the rook to keep the queen on b7, which guards both pawns, which attacks the both pawns on b2 and d5. I always consider that Banco is underrated opening, and it should have more spotlight.
What she's considering taking with the queen? I don't know, but it is no needs of that. No needs at
Well, after
all.
this move now, white can play something like queen c2
Queen
or
c2,
e4.
rook fb1, and now they can just
Yeah.
support those pawns, and the pieces will be also flexible.
Now, as Alina is taking some time for capturing the bishop, Sara also took some time. She was looking for this queen a6
Yes.
as well. The
So
idea like
Alina
that.
captured with the rook.
Okay, there is this move queen to e2 to target the rook, so you cannot take the pawn on d5 or b2 at the moment.
b6 is increasing the pressure. In
Knight
this
a4,
case.
for instance.
And on knight a4, there is some unbelievable queen a6. Oof. That's unexpected. So what's going on if just
Like
take, and knight c3? Oh, knight b6, another, yeah, here knight c4.
E4 and knight c4.
These things have started.
Wait, e4, I can play e4.
Knight c4.
And bishop c1.
On bishop c1, knight d7. I mean, the typical thing in Banco. Then
Knight
rook b8.
d2. Knight d5 probably.
Knight d2, there is some tactics here with knight a3.
Oh, nice. Anyways, Sara decided here to give up the b2 pawn, and she played e4 right away. She keeps the pawn in the center and gives up the side pawn.
Yeah, black should capture on b2, definitely.
Okay, how about now queen e2?
Not rook b1.
No, queen e2 first. You go rook to
Queen goes.
somewhere. No, you go queen. There was a way to trap the queen.
target-
Yeah,
to
I wanted to
target.
show some silly line.
To target the pawn on d5.
Let's go for rook, I don't know, a3 or something like that. The worst move. After rook to b1, the queen is hanging. Queen c2 and knight to e1 traps the queen.
Yep.
Just for fun.
Okay. Oh, here Vaishali Muzychuk, here we have b5 immediately instead of taking on f5. This is again Vaishali with Muzychuk Anna. So after b5, we are considering knight d4. Bishop takes d4, f takes e4, d takes e4, e takes d4, and rook e1, for example. But then it will be c5. Yes, this is very close to draw already. This is very close to draw. As after knight takes d4 here, will be queen takes c4. That's even better for black. And after queen d3, it can be just rook c8, e5. Yes, it goes just to draw. But let's see. The position is still complicated. And here you are, Muzychuk Anna decided to play knight d8 instead of entering on d4.
That's interesting.
Seems like
decision.
Anna wants some complications.
Yeah, she doesn't want to
she wants some
trade
complications.
too many pieces and in a
That's nice to
equal.
see.
How about rook to
A7.
A7, rook to A8 to pin? Rook A7, yeah.
Rook A7, but actually that's not even the threat, and black can just ignore it and play queen F7. Still, the position is of course equal, but...
Queen E2, like I feel that it's much easier for white to play this one because of the
To
space
F4.
advantage.
Then H5, then G5, the things like that. I mean, if the knight goes. If knight does not go, then G5 immediately.
Yeah,
create
but
some
it is
counterplay.
white's advantage here, right? It is kind of king side. Oh. Something happened. Probably someone just crushed the camera and it fell down. So my point is that this looks very much like the king's Indian position. And there is light square bishop missing in this position, so moves like g5, h5 will not go too far. And on the other side, white has already huge advantage on the queen side. Something like b6 somewhere, bishop d4, knight gets somewhere like d2, b3, a5. That can be a serious game for Vaishali.
Yeah, let's see. That will be interesting for sure. And now I like to go to Tsolakidou Dzagnidze's game, where it was very interesting king f8 done in the game. After rook e1, we were suggesting here for Nana Dzagnidze knight f5. Instead of that, she played king f8. A very interesting move. In the game was queen h4. Nana is thinking now, but I'm sure she will play king g7. Oh my god. And on queen f6, king g8. The engine says that black is absolutely okay, and even suggesting on g4 to play g5. With the advantage for black, by the way.
Wow. Strange.
Strange and nice on the same time. Strange and nice. Let's see, more than king g7, what could be there? h5 does not make sense for sure because of bishop g5. g5 also, I'm not sure that bishop g5 is not just ending up the game, so it seems like that. So it seems like king g7 is the only move. Maybe knight f5, but on knight f5 there will be knight takes f5. G takes f5 and bishop takes h6. The white will be pawn up, so with some compensation for black, but still king g7 I like more. And board 1. Board 1 we have Assaubayeva Bibisara with Kosteniuk Alexandra, where some interesting things has happened and Assaubayeva has a big advantage.
Wow. Look at that.
She
I told
has
you,
a big
Valerie, that
advantage.
if there is a one
error.
Just small mislead.
So what happened here? Rook takes c8. Yeah, bishop takes c8 makes much more sense here for black. Instead of that, queen takes c8, and yes, bishop takes d5, knight takes b2, rook c1, and now it's a big advantage for white. Now it's clear. Now it's clear. Yeah, Kosteniuk is in trouble here. Kosteniuk Alexandra is in trouble.
That's interesting.
And I have to go to the game Javakhishvili Lela with Muzychuk Mariya. Here seems like Lela missed the chance of getting the advantage with d3, and she's decided to capture on c5, take on c5, and take on d5. Now bishop c, yes, okay, we understand that knight d5 will not be the best option because of c4 and the huge initiative for white, but black has a very strong bishop c4 here. Seems like very strong.
And after d3, bishop takes on d5,
Yes.
trading the light square bishop will weaken the white's king.
But it's not easy move to do. Bishop c4 is not like an easy move because some d4s are coming. And still black has to do the only moves like queen a5. and the position becomes quite complicated where white is not risking. So maybe even this choice of Lela makes some sense, definitely, that, but still I love d3. I love d3 here as we are keeping all threats on the board, supporting the d3 square, and now we are free to take on d5 on the next move. Okay, Mariya is taking her time. She has actually more than enough. She has 15 minutes, and she has a right to take a time here.
Exactly. Also, yeah, just she has much more time here. She might think a little bit longer. That actually makes us to go to our next break, and by the time we're back, you guys, we will start to analyze more deeply the game between one of the leaders of the competition, Bibisara Assaubayeva, against Alexandra Kosteniuk, because this game is already quite exciting. We'll be back shortly in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Round 6 of the Women's Grand Prix here in Georgia, Tbilisi is ending, and it's ending with a drama. We just had a very dramatic duel between Nana Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva. Nana, you were completely winning. A draw. What happened?
Yeah. How many times already in this tournament? I don't know. I'm confused. Yeah, out of the opening, I got, I think, pleasant position. And then I think this plan, Rook B1, before c5, d5, I liked for myself, and I think maybe after these moves I got even decisive advantage.
You did. It was decisive.
Yeah, but then I don't know, somehow I got in time trouble, and I messed up everything.
Out of 6 games so far, you were completely winning in free, which ended in a draw. If I'm not mistaken in this, you will know this better.
Maybe absolutely winning, maybe 3 games, but the rest also winning, but maybe not 100% winning.
What's going on?
I really don't know how to explain this. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the changes in my life, in the last period in my life, because I gave a birth some 6 or 7 months ago, so maybe I'm not still fully recovered. So maybe this is the reason. I really don't know.
Well, I mean, your brother's here. He said it like women are definitely stronger. Answering a question why women in Georgia are stronger at chess than men. I mean, you're definitely stronger because you're playing at this level after just 6-7 months after giving birth. It's amazing. So it's great. Will you, after this event, will you sit down and kind of revisit these drawn games which you were winning but lost, and how will you revisit them? What will you look for in them?
Of course, I will.
Is there something to look in the games or something to look in your psychology?
Yeah, I think it's not. I don't think it's a chess problem. Maybe some physical. I'm not in a great shape physically, maybe, and I will try to improve my physical shape for the Olympiad.
Well, the Olympiad is soon, and hopefully all will go well. Thank you so much, and good luck. Hope you rest tonight.
Thank you.
Here we are back, and as we promised, we're gonna see here some exciting chess. Valerie, Bibisara
Very
versus
tough
Alexandra.
round today. Very tough round today. We
tough
can see it easily. All of the players are super focused, and the positions are also very complicated. We start with the first board. This is Assaubayeva Bibisara against Kosteniuk Alexandra, and this is the position after move 23. And the last move was rook d1, so the best option here to move with the black's queen, it seems like queen g5. As the threat of white is to take on h7, bishop takes h7 is hanging.
But after queen g5, can white still take the pawn on h7?
If white still takes on h7, then it will be king takes h7, knight takes a3, king g8, knight takes c4, take on c4, and play this position like, I mean, it's compensation. It's definitely compensation. The bishop is quite strong piece here, but white is, okay, anyway, pawn up. But the best place for the queen still is on g5. There is no more, I mean, not much options here. No many options for black to go. They are losing that pawn anyway. They are losing that pawn. It's about only where to place that queen, where it will be more active. We have very interesting game on board 2. This is Tsolakidou Stavroula with Dzagnidze Nana, where Dzagnidze Nana sacrificed the exchange on h6. So I will show you how it was happening. Let's consider it together. So here was king f8, so we are considering here knight f5 move, what was more natural, but instead of that, Nana went king f8, queen h4 was in the game. Here we were considering king g7, which was quite okay for black, but Nana decided to play knight f5 here, and after taking on f5, she didn't took with the g pawn, she took with the e pawn, which is also unexpected. And after bishop h6, king g8, queen f4, and here also bishop e6 was a move, but instead of that, Nana decided to sacrifice that exchange. So as we see, Nana is quite aggressive in this tournament, loves sacrificing the pieces, and after queen h6, bishop e6, Stavroula is taking her time, and she is thinking quite much here, more than the 12 minutes. So what's the threat? The threat is to push d4. Black wants to push d4, which is quite dangerous, you know, quite dangerous. It seems quite powerful. The d4 that the white could not capture on d4 because of queen d4, and the rook on a1 hanging, and the f2 pawn is hanging on the same time.
Okay, that actually looks quite decent for black because of this threat and
complicated.
queen. I don't really understand how come that engine gives such a big advantage here to white.
Okay, because of the material, still white is exchange and the pawn up, and the engine accurately is playing bishop f1, and after d4 it gives the c3 pawn, which, believe me, is very difficult decision for the human.
I love this move because after taking on c3, there is knight f3, knight g5, and the knight goes on the king side for serious threats. There is knight g5, not queen to h7, but knight h7, knight f6. Maybe we can draw the arrows of showing that.
So, for example, okay, what to do with black? So, for example, bishop c5, just a random move with knight g5. And on bishop a3, okay, actually here is bishop takes f2, very interesting motif. But on bishop a3 there will be, you know what, the engine says that even this is winning, because knight e6 is hanging. Okay, it's just crucial. So knight h7, and then knight f6 check. But here bishop f8.
Yeah, you made the best moves here for black. Bishop c5, bishop a3.
Okay, our idea was to do knight f6 and then
checkmate.
Just a checkmate. But here in this position there is some bishop f8 here, and white is forced to take on f8, as on knight f6 there will be just queen takes f6. Okay, so this is an option for white, but as I said, it's not easy to find out, to evaluate properly, and then to do it. Also, it is move number 19 still, you know, and they have 21 moves to do with the 20-something minutes on the clock.
I see time pressure coming in this game. Serious time pressure. The position itself is
And you know,
already quite
the winner
attractive.
will just go up in the leading group.
Yeah, this game is directly important for both of them. They are sharing the first place, and any decisive result will bring the player on the top of the tournament.
The winner will go to top. Next board 3. Here we have Vaishali against Muzychuk, Anna, and this is a position with a mutual play again. You know, all the game is like very close to that evaluation always. Okay, knight e4. I see on the screen that Vaishali played knight e4. What is engine suggesting for black is just staying and just play rook d7, and white seems like couldn't improve the position here. As the knight on e6 now is a very flexible piece for black, like holding whole position. Controlling the squares on the same time, protecting the weakness on c7.
And the reason of rook d7 being a good move is that knight d6 was a threat.
Yes, knight d6 was hanging.
You could not take this knight back because the rook on e7 is hanging. That's why black can move the rook away.
For example, on the move like this, there will be just knight d6.
Yeah. But that's one threat, so black can avoid that happening. With rook d7,
So what
rook
is
f7.
Anna considering? Maybe between rook d7 and rook f7, right? Yeah, both options.
Both possible.
Possible, that's right.
I was just thinking here, maybe if white somehow rotates the bishop from c3 to e3, that would be quite nice, because there are some motifs of bishop b6 sacrifice, knight d6, and so on and so on. But it is difficult to get this bishop on e3.
Yes. The multiple point of rook d7 is also just in case black needs to push d5, it's already ready. So, for example, on rook d7, if the white plays the move like queen e2, then it will be d5 on the board. Definitely, it will be d5 on the board. So, rook d7 seems the best option for black. Let's move to board 4, where Sarasadat is playing with white against Kashlinskaya Alina. And this is the position that we have after last move for black, queen c7, and white push the a pawn. Quite complicated game. Quite complicated game. It seems like Sarasadat is sacrificing another pawn on d5, and it actually could happen. Knight takes d5, and here very interesting move is knight b5, and when the queen moves, then knight takes e5. With compensation for white, that's definitely compensation. And still the position is very complicated with the mutual game. Board 5, Javakhishvili Lela against Muzychuk Mariya. We have a lot of things happened here, so let's start from a little bit earlier. Here we were considering d3. Okay, Lela capture on c5, then capture on d5. Here it was queen a4 played in the game, bishop b7, queen b5, all good here for white. On e4, d takes c5. Okay, engine says that the rook b1 is the best move here, giving the big advantage to white, as after rook b8 there is queen takes c5, and it evaluates this as a huge advantage for white. Instead of that, d takes c5 happened in the game, rook c8, c4, knight f6, and Lela played knight d4 in this position. Now c5 pawn is not hanging because of queen b7, of course, so black has to take care about that bishop. Maybe even bishop a8 is okay.
These pawns are getting slowly on the other side of the board. Is there a way that white can create some danger out of this? double
Okay, first
pawns.
of all, c5 is hanging, c5 pawn is hanging, so there is two options, c6 or knight b3.
I was thinking about knight f5 with knight d6 fork.
Knight f5. On knight f5 there is rook b8 with a tempo, getting out from that fork, and when the queen goes, just queen takes c5.
All right. Oh, Mariya made the move and she decided to play rook to e5.
Also threatening to take on c5.
Attack on c5, pinning the pawn, so now you can push c6. Is there a
Sounds
way
like
to
knight
guard this
b3.
pawn? There's knight
Knight
b3,
b3,
yes.
knight
Knight
b3.
b3 for white.
Knight b3 is guarding that pawn like forever. And I think Lela will play it immediately, maybe, as there is no more way to support that pawn. And we have some interesting things happening in Tsolakidou, Stavroula, and Dzagnidze in Nana's game. Here we
Oh,
are.
look at this.
So
White
after
decided to
bishop-
give up the pawn on c3, developing the knight right away. After rook to c3, bishop was hanging, so bishop e2. White still has this chance to play knight f3, knight g5.
So-
Dangerous knight.
Yes, what is engine suggesting here for black? This is queen f8 move. Very strange, but it seems like the best option for black, as after queen f8, take on f8, take on f8, and on rook e c1 to play rook a3. On the board.
Well, the thing is how difficult is to find a move like queen to f8, because basically knight to f3, knight g5 is the threat. This is two
It's
moves
kind
only.
of hanging.
And you cannot do anything here. Like, you are not on time to do something like bishop c5, bishop to f8 to fianchetto this bishop on g7, because you are short on time. So knight to f8, queen to f8 is the move that, after long calculation, perhaps you have to find this move. Otherwise, black's king is in danger.
Yes. Let's go to the border 1. Oh, here Alexandra decided to put the queen on f6. So here the option that white can do is one bishop h7 and another also take on a3, and queen c1. Queen c1 is quite unpleasant for black, as after knight b5 there will be bishop d3, and those pieces on a6 and b5 are kind of stacked.
Yeah, I like this more. a4 is a target threat now. Knight c5 is a threat. Queen c6 is a
Yes,
threat.
it
And
is.
obviously this is much better than just one pawn.
Yes, it is. So another option is to take on h7. King takes h7, knight takes a3, and just queen g6. Queen g6. Here I think black has a good chance. Oh, and Assaubayeva, Bibisara capture on h7. I was just going to say that here is a big chances for black.
It is tempting to take the pawn on h7,
Yes.
honestly.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, Alexandra, is there a chance that she's considering king to h8 here, not to
don't think
give the
so.
chess?
As,
Check.
as rook d4 is very dangerous, and rook
Ooh.
h4 later. Yeah, so it has to be king takes h7 here. Let's take a look for a while at this game. So one more time, if there will be king h8, rook d4 is very powerful.
Rook h4 idea.
Rook h4 idea. On the same time, bishop d3 idea.
Shall we see a little bit more, like after g6, rook h4, king
There is
g7?
knight takes a3. Very powerful, and queen c1.
Oh, look at this. Queen c1 is a key move here in this
Yeah.
structure.
And it seems like black has to give that knight, because on knight b5 there will be rook h4. And just huge threats there. It's like game over. But Alexandra is still considering what, still considering what to do on bishop h7. So what's the point of king h8 if the white even goes bishop d3? What is so big deal to play king h8? It's not a big deal, actually.
Bishop d3 is powerful.
Or even taking on a3, for example. Take on a3, take on a3. Ah, here bishop takes e2 appears. Ah, that's correct. Taking on a3 is not good for white.
So Alexandra,
Don't
I
tell
think
me
she'll
that
take
Alexandra missed that move. Blunders bishop takes h7. Could it be?
like at least she would see it now. But maybe earlier there was some miscalculation, but for sure she's considering here king h8. And after seeing rook d4 or bishop d3, she'll just capture it. But to make such a decision is not so easy, because like you are just exposing your king
Yeah,
and
that's
putting
true.
it on
I'm
the
just
check.
interested. Maybe she even blundered bishop takes h7.
No.
No way?
No.
Can't be.
No. When queen is on...
Connected to this tournament even.
No.
Because we saw a lot of unexpected blunders. And the players are already tired.
Yeah, still no. Because in Catalan,
It's so natural also, yeah.
h7 is
And that was
actually
hanging for a
the-
long time,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
she
yeah.
has to consider it.
There's so many ideas when knight g5 goes and the queen together on this diagonal. It's such a natural idea, so I don't believe she blundered. All right,
But we're
what
still
Nana
waiting
played?
for it, or not?
We're waiting for this move. I think Alexandra will convert, will think a little bit more, maybe 2-3 minutes more. Nana, on the other hand, she's down to 20 minutes already,
Yeah,
maybe
let's
even
go
less.
to the next board. Here we have Nana Dzagnidze with the
She
black.
has
She's
not
thinking.
played yet any move, Nana.
Yeah, because queen f8, the move which is kind of... Okay, not kind of, actually the best move. It's not easy to do.
Not easy decision, because she just sacrificed an exchange, and then obviously you don't want to trade the queens, but this queen is
The
obviously
white queen is more dangerous now,
Yeah.
dangerous more than the black queen.
challenging. So
Let's go to
I think
the
Nana
next.
will also take some time.
Yeah,
It's not
sure.
easy move to play queen f8.
Next board we have Vaishali with Muzychuk Anna with a mutual play for almost whole game.
Okay, now in this position, if
So,
white takes on d6,
Anna did not play rook d7, that
Yes.
we are considering. She
because it's a
played knight
sneaky
f4.
idea here. If white takes on d6, then I take this knight, you take the rook, or maybe queen g5 right away to avoid the check.
Here, the suggestion of engine is actually quite sneaky thing. Queen e6, and when the knight goes back, then rook d7. And pawn is hanging that the black would capture on the next move, and then c4 pawn is also kind of hanging. Yeah, very tricky thing. Okay, let's consider another
But why not
options.
queen g5 here? I'm
Queen
so
g5.
curious.
Queen g5.
And take...
And then take on e7 and take on f4. Oh.
So I take on d6, you take the rook on e7, I take the knight h3 check.
King g2.
You go king g2. I go, yeah, knight f4.
Knight f4 does not make any big sense because of
You can
queen
take and
takes
rook
it.
g7.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy. But very nice.
Let's
and the
show
black
it,
has
let's
to
show it,
capture
yeah. Let's show this nasty
because
line.
this, and just rook takes g6. And then just take the
Game
queen.
over.
That's nice. Vaishali is thinking. Vaishali is thinking.
This knight on f4 is quite annoying for white.
Yes, it is.
It's a perfect score for the knight.
Okay, Vaishali will take the time here, but actually the time is not so many, as it is
Not
12
much
minutes.
time, 12 minutes. Vaishali in this tournament, she actually mentioned that she often struggles with the less time on the clock. And she is going
played
bishop
bishop
to
b4.
b4.
Now she wants to take on d6 with a bishop. Very interesting line that the engine is suggesting now is rook d7. Bishop takes d6 anyway. C takes d6, rook takes d7, queen takes d7, queen takes b6. It says it's equal, but how to believe to that evaluation, I have no idea. For me, it is kind of winning or losing, but it says it's equal.
Yeah, this bishop is a horrible
And do you know
piece,
how it is
but
doing the draw here?
how?
On d5, it plays queen c6. On queen a7, it plays queen a6. And on queen d7, it plays queen c6.
Wow.
So that something happened, right? Rook d7.
Rook
Yes,
d7.
rook d7.
That will be so much fun if Vaishali goes for this bishop sacrifice. What are the chances? Because this is a bit of crazy.
That's a chance, actually, for white. Otherwise, it is still very equal. That's a chance.
Yeah, white already knows that bishop on g7 is not the strongest piece. It's locked there, and to sacrifice the bishop to break down the queenside pawn, that is very nice idea, but very difficult move to play here.
Very difficult.
'Cause it's
Also
so
on
equal
11,
position.
11 minutes on the board, and on the same time, Vaishali was trying to be very solid and safe, if we remember, the whole game. So it will be very unexpected now if she will sacrifice like that on d6.
Would be great though. Would be great. 10 minutes for Vaishali. She can make a brilliant move here. Bishop to d6. Maybe not leading us to the winning position, but it
creates
is
some
indeed.
trouble.
It is, yeah. Black has to find the correct way
To do
guard
the draw
it,
with,
yeah.
with the repetition. Okay, I'm not sure that's the only way, so let's take a look one more time. So it says d5. What's going on, for example, if black captures on d3? Queen c6. Black could not capture that. So queen f7.
b6.
Now knight d6 is not possible because of queen takes f2. And on b6, oh my god, queen f4.
After b7, queen c1, king
Knight
h2.
f2, it says.
What? Look at this. After knight f2, now you have queen c1, queen f4 checks, and you
Perpetual.
cannot do anything about
And
it.
if you promote here, then it's just knight takes e4 against the two queens. It says it's just perpetual check anyway.
Crazy. Crazy. We want that to happen for
Yes,
sure.
we
We want
want.
bishop
We
d4.
asked for that.
Bishop to d6.
We
Do you
asked
think it's
for
going to
that.
happen? Hard to-
Vaishali has abilities of that because we
Yes.
already saw some sacrificings from her. So maybe she will take that.
Wow. We want to have that. We want
And
to
suddenly
have
the
that.
position from absolutely quiet mood goes to the absolutely crazy.
9 minutes. This is the moment. Let's keep the eye on this one. No, I think she will just make a quiet move. I really think she will just pass the move.
Let's see. So, for example, queen f3. But there d5 is coming. Very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Yeah, d5 is actually kind of hanging.
Yeah, maybe knight c3 to stop that happening.
Then d3 pawn is hanging.
Oh,
I think so,
yeah.
So knight c3, there will be, oh my god, c5, what is it suggesting us? And
Wait,
taking on d7 and take on b4. What the crazy things, and rook take. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay, we need something like that. We need something like this or that.
Wow. Meanwhile, let's keep this video. Vaishali thinking we have to go back to Bibisara Alexandra's game because we have actually king h8 on the board.
Oh my god.
But then Bibisara captured the bishop on a3 and queen to c1.
And that's not all. After rook d4, it was a decisive advantage for Bibisara, and on the same time, Vaishali played.
No, bishop d6.
No, bishop d6?
No, bishop d6. No, knight c3. And wait, after c5, she might have a worse position?
Could be. Could be. Okay, let's go back to Kosteniuk Alexandra's game, where Assaubayeva Bibisara could get a decisive advantage with rook d4 here. In such an important game. Yeah. After rook d4, it was a... Okay, engine evaluates it's like almost winning. Almost winning.
I wonder if Bibisara played this move very fast or not, because she can easily see this rook d4, a4 move.
So take obviously on a3 and queen c1. Now black has a very simple king h7. Queen takes a3, just take on e2, rook d2, and just queen e5. Yeah, here black does not have problems.
In the game of Stavroula and Nana.
What an interesting thing is happening here. Oh my god. So now, this is a position. And queen e5. If the white captures the rook, then it's just a checkmate. No, not checkmate.
Bishop f3. Bishop f3.
Bishop f3, king f1, queen b5, it will be just a draw. And if white first captures on e2, anyway, after queen takes e2, queen takes f8, queen e1 check, king g2, queen e4 check, it seems like a perpetual check anyway. f3, queen e2, king h3, and queen takes f3.
And white's king can't escape from the checks. After queen to b4, there's queen f1 check as well.
Yes, the engine says queen c5 is the best, but after queen f1, king h4, and queen g2, the strong move, still nothing promising for white.
Okay. Let's go to the game of Stavroula and Nana. We have a move
it was
there.
queen f8 there.
Yeah, queen f8
it was
has
queen
happened.
f8 there. Queen f8 happened. So here Nana played queen f8 and Stavroula decided to go back with the queen. Now d4 is coming. d3 is actually coming.
Let's see this line of knight f3 anyway, like d4, knight f3, d3. Now the difference is that queen is already on f8.
Yes, and on knight g5
you can just play queen g7 and there is no checkmate threat. Bishop is hanging, bishop goes on d1 or f1. This pawn will be unstoppable. d2 can be played, or you can play even here rook c2
first.
Rook c2 first.
Taking the f2 pawn.
Exactly.
Oh, this is kind of cool for black, you know. But Nana has 8 minutes on the clock, and she's still thinking. She's playing d4. Okay, let's take a look at other games also, as we did not review for a long time, for example, Sarasadat
Oh,
against...
we have to go right away at the game of Mariya Muzychuk and Lela Javakhishvili.
Let's go.
I think the engine bar goes crazy.
So e3 is a blunder. So last move, I mean, this was the position with the mutual chances. Lela played rook d1 and some e3 appears here. What a crazy move. What is that? Sacrifice. And what did she do? She didn't play e3. I mean, Mariya did not play e3.
She already played a move.
And she played, what did she play? I can say rook c7 she played. Yeah, instead of rook c7 here, engine says that e3 is winning the game. So white is winning because on queen takes b7, there is e takes f2. Oh my god, that's just a checkmate there.
Wait, king h1, rook e1.
Rook e1 and the queen is hanging in the end on the b7.
Yeah, let's show this to the viewers anyway.
So king h1, rook e1 check. And on bishop f1, that's the only move, then queen takes b7. So,
If
white
king
has
takes
to
f2.
capture on f2, and if white captures on f2, then just knight g4 with the same ideas.
King f1.
Yeah, because on king g1 it will be rook
Rook
e1,
e1,
but
yeah.
here is rook f5, even worse. Oh my,
Wow,
queen e3
what
check.
a tactic, e3.
So on king g1, okay, let's take a look at this till the end. King h1, knight f2. And the very well known...
Modern checkmate.
Yes, it is. Okay, so seems like e3 was winning the game. It's not the easy move. It's not the easy move.
It's not an easy move, obviously. This is the situation,
So
you know,
Mariya
when
played rook c7.
very often my students are telling me, like, I can solve the puzzles at home, but when it comes to my own game, then I can find. Guys, don't worry.
They
Even
are not the
Grandmasters
only ones.
Yes, you are not the only ones, because it's no one tells you this is the puzzle moment.
Yeah. Now it's a mutual play with a complicated game. Let's go to Sarasadat Kashlinskaya Alina, and here we are with the mostly equal position. Sarasadat is pawn down, but having the initiative. The A pawn is very dangerous one. Actually, white is 2 pawns down. So what was in the game? Queen d6. It seems like it was queen d6. So a5. a5 is coming, and on knight d5 it could be even bishop takes e5. Bishop takes e5, and even taking with the queen, I think it's enough to survive in that game with white. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, after queen e5, knight e5,
Oh, that's absolutely without any problems
rook
here.
e8, rook a8,
Just rook
and
b5 is very
rook
strong.
b5, yeah. Picking up the pawn on c5.
Yes, that game is very close to the draw. Oh, okay, and let's take a look at Vaishali Muzychuk Anna. That Vaishali played knight c3, and what we are suggesting here for Anna is a c5 move. As taking on d3 does not make any big sense, because take, knight d5. Now c7 pawn is under the attack, knight b4 seems the best, knight takes b4, now e4 to open up the bishop, knight d5, bishop d4, and rook takes c7. Rook takes c7, knight takes c7, it seems like equal again. But c5 is a move here.
c5 was beautiful move.
c5 is a beautiful move.
It's
So
not
forcing.
leading. I think Anna saw this one, but it goes to the
Quite
equal
unclear
position. Really? You think so?
So take on b4, rook takes g7, king takes
takes.
g7, knight e4, and b3.
Maybe because these pawns are so not connected, Anna
This is very
considered.
unclear position. I mean, okay, I love it with black because I think that black has a chance because of that pawn.
Vaishali on the screen, very focused. She has 7 minutes on the clock.
Let's see if Anna will give us that move. C5. Oh, and Mariya Muzychuk played E3 now.
Just
It's a little bit late.
Just a move late.
It's a little bit late.
Lela saw this. She saw that she blundered. That's why she played queen to b4, because she controls the e1 square.
Now she has f4. Now she has f4.
And Mariya also saw that, you know, very often it happens. The moment you touch the piece, you see that's a blunder. But you can't take your move back.
And f4, here you are. So now Lela played the correct move, f4.
I don't know, I'm really scared of this e4, e2, e3 pawn. Like, how about e2 now?
If black plays e2, it just take on e5.
You're giving up the rook.
Yes. And in case of taking here, there will be rook takes d1, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, queen takes e5, and just queen e1. There is no more danger, I think, here. e2, here you are.
Wow, after the game, when Mariya checks this move with the engine.
And she's one of the leaders, right?
Yes.
So winning that game
so
was
much
very
needed
important.
victory here for Mariya.
And Anna played c5.
Oh, she did? Okay. Okay, brilliant.
Anna played c5. And oh, wow. Such an ending of the game. You know, the whole game, the whole day was like slow.
It is very
so
slow.
On. And suddenly we have
here this blunder, here this attacking move. Amazing, amazing.
Oh, and we have on the same time very interesting position in Nana's game.
Okay.
Here we are. Here we are. So on d4, Stavroula played knight f3, d3, knight g5, queen g7. And this is a position now where Stavroula is thinking they have almost the equal time on the clock with the 16 moves to do.
Shall we do some sort of more like queen to b4 to hit the rook?
Queen b4.
Yes.
On queen b4 there is rook c4 with tempo, and then taking on e2. So the white has queen e7, take on e2, take on e6, take, queen e8 check, king h7, rook takes e2. It's
like
quite complicated position.
King exposed. Yeah, I don't know. It's quite difficult to evaluate this position.
Yes, it is. Very complicated game. Let's go to the first board. Assaubayeva, Bibisara with Kosteniuk, Alexandra. And now it seems like absolutely equal.
Wait, bishop e2?
Rook e1 was the last move from Bibisara. Okay. Now just knight b5 to take away that knight. And just draw. Take on e2, take on h7.
There's a blunder if black does here king h7.
Instead of?
Knight b5. If you take the bishop on h7, then we have queen to a3, and the rook is hanging. And
but, you know, still it says that queen d8 is very strong. Or queen e5. No, not queen e5. There was rook on d2. Here queen d8.
Wait, what? I take the bishop, queen d1, king g2.
There is a perpetual check, queen e4 check, and it goes to the same line we saw. And if the white captures on a7, then just bishop goes somewhere. It does not matter actually.
I think on f3, d5 to have on this diagonal.
Yes, it is. No, that's definitely the compensation here.
I would actually choose black.
Yes, even that, because black is not risking to lose this game. But such a chance with rook d4 to win this game and to be again the sole leader.
Yeah, Bibisara Assaubayeva with her look. Look at this, Valerie.
And we have some crazy things in Vaishali Muzychuk's game.
Okay, let's go there.
So after c5, rook d7, and unfortunately Anna did not capture on b4. She captured on d7. Bishop a3 and d5. This is a position. But now just taking everything on d5 and the game again goes to draw. I mean, very equal. Yeah, that was a chance. Nice chance with taking on b4. So in Sarah Hadem's game, exactly the same things one-to-one happening that we are considering. So Sarah Hadem against Kashlinskaya Alina.
Valeria, are we going to have another draw days? Like every board seems to be going very fast to the direction of the draws. Like we're just dropping from the cliff to the draws.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes, it is. Yes, this also seems like very close to draw, the position with Sarah Hadem and Kashlinskaya Alina, and on the same time Javakhishvili Lela with Muzychuk Mariya, also very equal position. Okay.
Bishop g2 happened.
Still, Tsolakidou and Dzagnidze, I think this is the most complicated game. Most complicated game. So, Stavroula decided to take on e6, and you know what? Here engine says bishop takes d3 is a option for it.
That's a mysterious move to me. Like, what happens after rook d3?
It's just giving that bishop because it thinks that it's very dangerous. If the bishop goes, then rook c2. So it seems.
But why not bishop d1?
On bishop d1, there is another trouble connected to g5. And when the queen goes, for example, on b4, then just queen c7. And then queen c5, even the endgame.
So
it's
basically this pawn on d3 is much more dangerous than to have the bishop?
The exchange. You mean they're taking on d3. Yeah. So take on d3, rook takes d3, and rook a d1. Take on d1, take on d1. This is the engine line. Queen takes e5, and queen e7. Seems like perpetual check there. Okay, but still, you know, in this time control, I mean, with this time on the clock, maybe I even like to play with black in this position. Because so many choice for white, you know, and the black has only one straight way to go, so it saves the time. It saves the time. 7 minutes to do 15 moves. That's quite much.
That's a heavy time pressure coming up in this game, while the other games are going towards the draw.
Could you take a look at Kosteniuk? There's some unexpected thing. Queen e7 happened.
Queen e7, that's a strange move.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue watching this game where would Stavroula played? Queen g3. Yes, that was also the move. Queen g3. And knight c4.
To pin the pawn on d3.
Knight c4 is very strong. Yes, this is Lela's position that we already considered that position. It is very close to equal. And now in Nana's game, after knight c4, now white is forced to capture on d3.
Why not bishop f1?
On bishop f1, there is knight d2. Then knight e4 is hanging.
Wow, f2 pawn is really weak, and we can feel that.
Yeah. Yes, for now we have this position.
6 minutes for Stavroula, 9 minutes for Nana. Yeah, knight c4 is a very natural move to play here. You need this knight to get into the game. There's no queen d7 anyway, she goes with that. Yeah, because the pawn on g6 is hanging, so
actually,
knight
let's
c4
pay
is
our
the move.
attention how tough and complicated game is this.
It is
Two leaders are playing the crazy position, actually. that a lot of things hanging. White is exchange up, but with the weaknesses. And with
I
a
like
very
Nana's
few
games
time.
very much to
Yes.
commentate, because she always, like, we had two
She's
two bishop
creating something
sacrifices.
always,
We have an
always.
exchange sacrifice here as well. Yesterday she also sacrificed an exchange. So yeah, that's always always big joy for us, definitely.
Few time on the clock. Okay, Vaishali and Muzychuk, let's take a quick look as the draw is happening there. I think.
Yeah, they're repeating the move. I think they will be just a draw offer, or they already finished. Yeah, no, they have not finished yet.
Yes, they are.
They
They
Yeah.
did it right now.
Yeah,
did
they
it
are,
right
and this is
now.
our first draw. The first game today finished from the 3 hours from the start, 3 hours and 15 minutes, which already shows
a new
the
record
character,
of
yeah,
this
how slow the
tournament.
day was for the players.
Okay, let's go again back to Tsolakidou and Dzagnidze's game. Stavroula is thinking after knight c4, she has to make the correct decision here. That is not easy at all with the 5 minutes on the clock. That will be a crazy game, I believe so. That the later also the crazy things gonna happen here.
Okay, Stavroula
A lot
making
of
her
threats.
move. She's ready to make her move.
She's focused for max. I mean, she's fully focused now.
Look at that full screen.
And a little bit nervous, of course, we all understand. All of us will be nervous there.
Yeah.
And the time goes.
4 minutes, she has to make the move. 14 more moves to be played.
Time which is quite important. Not only in chess, actually, but in life also.
Yes, it is.
She's taking too much. Yes,
And
it was time
rook
to do
to-
the move.
Rook to d1.
What?
Wait,
And after
rook
taking on e2?
yeah.
We just don't understand. So queen takes c3, e takes d1, rook takes d1, and knight takes e5. Queen c8 check, king h7, and queen takes e6. I think this would be the position of the board. But here white
Knight
is trying.
g4.
White is trying
no,
to
no.
rook d7 is
Yeah, rook
hanging.
d7 is a threat.
So here white is trying to survive, that's for sure. Queen c7 and then queen c5 is coming, so white somehow has to protect their position, which I'm not sure they can. Oh, so Nana is getting the chances to win this game. She's getting the chances to win.
And it's kind of forced, because if you don't take this bishop, then you will lose the pawn on d3.
d3.
She has to go for that.
Maybe knight takes e5 makes also sense. Take on e5, bishop takes d3, and knight g4. That's also interesting. As on rook e2, there is bishop c7.
Oh,
That's also interesting. Let's see. Let's see what Nana will decide in this position.
Eight minutes for Nana, 4 minutes for Stavroula, and the knight is still on c4 yet. Let's get this knight maybe back, because knight is on c4.
Oops.
Nana hasn't played yet. She might take the bishop on e2.
Yeah, to me it seems like with higher chances for black to take on e2 than to take on e5.
Yeah, also somehow the game between Bibisara and Alexandra is also getting quite crazy.
Let's take a look as Nana is taking the time.
And now she will make the move for sure. The moment we jump to the other position, she will make the move. Yeah, let's take a quick look at this.
Rook h5 seems creating some troubles to black. Rook h5, king g8, and rook h4 with tempo. Queen e7 and queen d1. The king safety. And queen g4. Okay, Nana did the move and Stavroula also answered. So what happened there? She took on e2.
Yeah. Pawn takes c2, queen takes c3. Now she captured the rook and put the queen on the board.
Rook takes d1 for sure.
Rook d1.
And we are suggesting knight takes e5 actually without suggestion. Also, it is quite natural to capture
You
the
have
pawn.
to do that. If you go knight a5, you will lose the queen. Yeah.
Where to go, yeah.
There's queen c7. I think Nana will consider her there for a second, but after rook c1,
It's
you
not
have not
necessary
much.
to spend the time on that, right?
Yeah.
And queen c8, check, queen takes e6. So this is exactly what we were saying. Queen c8, king h7, queen takes e6. And here is very strong queen c7 that Nana has to play. Queen c7 with queen c5 idea. Yeah, to activate the pieces, mostly the queen, to create the threats there. On the same time to support the e5 knight, as after rook e1 here, there will be just bishop d4 and just play on the dark squares later. So queen c7 in that position. Okay, she's thinking now what she is considering. What's the point of thinking in this position? To consider what? King f7? But there will be queen takes b7. This is also interesting, by the way. Queen takes b7 and king f6. That's also interesting.
This king is safest in the whole position, whole game.
Yeah, but what the engine says here, that the endgame is not dangerous for white. Take, take, and a4.
Okay, one a5, and you just trade
very
the pawns.
complicated, very complicated. What to say? Let's see what Nana will choose after queen c8 check. Anyway, it seems like king h7 gives more chances.
Let's go to the game of Bibisara against Kosteniuk.
That absolutely different thing happened that we were expecting. We were expecting attacking the king. And instead of that, Bibisara offering trading the queens after what the position is just equal. And rook b8. The point of rook b8 is to put the knight on b5 to support everything, and on rook c7 there will be just king g6. And if white captures on a7, there is just knight b5 with tempo anyway, and on rook a6 there is knight c3 attacking the a2 pawn. If the knight goes, then it is just rook b1 check, king g2 and rook b2. That's a point. And if the pawn moves, for example, on a4, there is knight d1, I believe, so yes. Here it's with the mutual chances. I can't say that the a pawn is so dangerous that is not giving the chances to black. No, opposite. The safety of the king is quite important.
Yeah.
On the same time, e pawn also will be the passed pawn. So Alexandra captured on c5, captured on c5, and now she has to do that rook b8, which is very important detail. Any other moves could be very bad for black.
This is a natural move, I believe.
She played rook d8. Oh my god.
What you suggested? What?
Rook b8 to put the knight on b5.
Okay, rook d8 is natural move to me.
So rook a5 now, for example. Okay, this is what we have. Alexandra Kosteniuk has the chances to survive in this position. Of course, Bibisara is not risking anything. So Nana Dzagnidze is still thinking after queen c8. No, she did the move. We see she did what she did. King f7. She did king f7. She didn't do king h6. She did king f7. Queen b7 seems like supernatural for white. And do you know what? This is a difficult decision to go to the endgame here. Yeah, because to evaluate the chances here for white is very difficult on that time. You know, and it could be just losing. You know?
Yeah, also the king is exposed. Do you want to trade the queens when the king is exposed on f6?
Yes.
Such an unnatural move.
So maybe she's considering queen c8 also. And after queen h6, here black has a better chances. The queen is activating, going to f4. In case the black king start dancing, that's also okay. There will not be any danger.
I love how black's pieces are just controlling so many squares that there is no any single check in this position. 4 minutes for both players in this game. Yeah, this also gets quite peaceful. In every game we have the time pressure, and most of them are quite interesting. Also, the game of Kashlinskaya against Khadem is quite tempting to watch.
This is it.
Black having an extra pawn in this position.
But very difficult to use it and to win the game.
Maybe white has to play g3, king g2, king f3,
g4 is on the same time, very interesting.
g4?
Yeah, why not? To disturb that king. g3 happens.
G3 is solid move.
Okay, let's take a look at Javakhishvili Lela's game against Muzychuk Mariya. It's just an equal position. Mariya is pawn down, but having a full compensation. She played queen b1 in this position. Yeah, that's kind of very close to draw. As the other positions also, by the way. Yeah, and here we have the moment when everybody is thinking. Let's go to Nana's game again. What do you think?
Let's go to Nana's game. She actually have this king on f6 already. Stavroula is thinking in this
How do you
position
think?
for a long time.
Will she take on g7?
She already had this position, remember? Rook versus knight in the bishop against Kashlinskaya.
And
she takes it. I wanted to say, like, I'm not so sure, but she's taking that.
She took it.
h3. h3. I like this move, h3. Controlling g4 square. There's no knight g4. a4, a5 is still on the table. Wow, this game is really interesting. Let's go with the game of Javakhishvili Muzychuk. The game here gets quite interesting as Muzychuk's queen is on b1 square.
It seems to me like draw. Not even equal, but a draw.
White's idea here is to trade the queens and then push the pawn on c6, but then it will cost the pawn on a2 with a check.
So Mariya played knight e4. That's correct move, actually.
Knight e4 hitting the queen.
Going on queen e2. Could black capture on c5 or not? Yes, it's possible. Yeah, it's equal position. Everywhere we are having equal position.
Queen e2.
Queen e2. So now engine
At
says
some
that
point we had a bit
knight
of
f6.
like moment of hope that some things, some
Wrong
excitement
call.
can happen, but yeah, it's very like equal play for it's well balanced tournament, so we don't have
Very well balanced.
underdogs in this tournament or favorites.
Yeah. My big hopes of complication was on Tsolakidou,
Nana,
Stavroula,
yeah.
Nana Dzagnidze's game, and
And
now
Assaubayeva Kosteniuk too.
even time does not matter here. I mean, it's not difficult today to do the moves here and to end up the first control of the 14 moves.
And if White doesn't want too much of the complication, don't push the pawns forward. Also, it will be difficult for Black to create any kind of threats,
Yes.
as White's pawns are it's not weakness or anything. So
Let's take a look at Assaubayeva Bibisara, as she's anyway pawn up. Yeah, it will be very difficult to win this position with White. Very difficult. Also here time pressure is not so high as they have 5 moves to do with more than 3 minutes on the board.
Alexandra checking the clock before she makes the move, and she goes knight to c2. So our suggestion here is to play 91 next, 93, and to target the pawn on f2.
Yeah, our games go to the slow mode again.
And it's a time pressure. It's a time pressure.
You
We're
know
waiting for
what?
this so long.
You know what? Today it could happen the 5 draws again.
Yeah, I think so.
Second time in this tournament.
I think so too.
Yeah, Muzychuk Mariya captured on c5. So after taking on c5, which is so natural, yes, and they already did that, right?
But this, besides these equal moments here, Mariya had a chance to win with e3. She was completely win there. Bibisara had the chance to win with rook d4, completely winning. I don't know, like Nana, in Nana's case, I think Stavroula played so well. She defended so well with only moves. There was no
but still, she
critical
has to
moment.
Oh, she didn't do rook d5?
She gave a check. I don't think it changed too much.
You know what, after rook d8, king h7 and rook d5, it is a black to fight for draw, as it goes automatically to the queen's endgame with the passed pawn on d file. Instead of that, Lela did queen e8.
Rook's endgame with the blockade pawn.
Queen e8, king h7, queen e4, take on e4, and take on e. Okay, it's a completely drawish position. It just draw.
Just do it. Just draw.
Just a draw. It's just a draw. I don't want to disappoint you, Keti, but I have nothing to show. All games went to such a slowly mode.
And it's the last minute. Unbelievable. Let's see Bibisara against Kosteniuk.
Bibisara played h4. So maybe knight e1, it could be king f1. And there is no knight d3 because of king e2. And so just rook goes away. What's the problem? Rook goes away.
Yeah, I like this move. Rook b1, stopping a4 happening.
Yes.
Rook b2 is a move.
Yes.
93, 91, 93.
Yes, it is.
And this is move 35.
Yeah, here will not be a big troubles connected to the time pressure. And Nana Dzagnidze played quite interesting. f4. Here will be the fight, by the way. It will not be easy draw here.
Yeah, it will be fight, but as I mentioned earlier, there is no single weakness in the white's position. And of course it is black who is fighting here. As we know, knight and bishop are much stronger than rook.
Obviously, the position is with equal chances, and Kosteniuk also did rook b1. She also did rook b1. Okay, let's take a look at Sarah Hadem against Kashlinskaya Alina. I think Kashlinskaya Alina is having the chances here more than others.
More than others.
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Still nothing. Rook c7
Okay, white,
is a great
so
move. Rook
whenever you get
C7
closer
is
to the knight, knight b6 is a check.
Rook c7 is a great move with knight b6 idea. So, for example, if the black plays something like f6, there will be knight b6. Rook takes c5 with a very well-known rook's endgame. Okay, pawn down, but obviously just a draw. Okay, but it could be also a very long game. Keti, I think it's time to go on the break. I'm so disappointed. I am so disappointed.
2 minutes, maybe something gonna happen, you know, these blunders are just happening, you know, we cannot miss any drama.
So
what's
it
happening
was
there?
rook c7, king d5, knight b6, king d6. There will be rook d7 and rook c7 back.
I think that will be a repetition. Sarah got this position, threefold repetition.
Rook c7 back, it's already 40th move.
40th?
Also, yes,
Really?
at the same time. They
Oh,
already
wow.
did the 40th move. I mean,
So
rook
wait,
c7.
why not knight a5 there?
Where? After rook c7?
Take rook c5.
Just rook c5, and this is what I was saying, that it goes to the rook's endgame, pawn
4
down.
versus
but,
3, you
yes,
know,
but
it's
still tricky, yes. But do you know what's the
I lost
problem
actually.
there?
I lost this 3 versus 4.
Yes, but was it like f2, g3, h4?
No.
It's very important, yeah.
No.
So the problem of this position is that it is much more difficult to win than to do the draw. So that's I think that's the biggest problem.
But
there.
my opponent did also, he was very well-known grandmaster, but he took me down to the time pressure, and then I made decision,
Yes,
wrong
yes,
decision,
that's
because
a
I needed more
possible-
time.
Possible option.
But if it
yes.
was 4th time, why Sarah did not stop the clock? Because she doesn't want to go to this endgame, I'm sure. So it was no, it was 2 times.
Now Alina Kashlinskaya will take a time for sure. I think so, because it is move number 41 already. Ah, no, sorry. No, it's a 40th move. Oh my God, she has to make the decision on the 40th
Yeah,
move.
she's taking the knight.
And she's
yeah.
taking the pawn.
She's taking the pawn. She's taking the pawn. And you guys, we have these clocks where the time has to drop down, and then the players are getting the.
Everybody did 40th move.
Yeah. No, the first word is not 30th move. I'm keeping you as a hostage here. The first. Let's see this one.
Yes, let's take a
Bibisara
look
has
at
like
this one.
seconds on the clock.
Kosteniuk also, she has less than the 40 seconds. Oh, I see it on the screen. And she has to do the move. Yeah, this is the most risky position now that she has. F6 has to be done.
Oh, Alexandra, 15 seconds.
No, she did knight b4. And
H5.
after h5, she could be in a very huge troubles. Oh, it's kind of blunder, you know.
This is what you wanted to see.
h5. And then Bibisara will be the leader of the tournament.
Right. King f6.
I just don't understand one thing. The engine says after knight c5, rook takes a2, knight e4 check, king e5. Rook takes a2, not on f7. Yes, because rook a3
You
check.
list the knight. Yeah.
So take and king e3, big advantage for white. Almost winning.
f5, knight g5 is coming.
Oh my god, knight b4, f4, king d5 and knight f6 check. And knight e8. That's
What
crazy.
a move.
That's crazy.
What a move.
White is just winning.
What a move. Well, you have to see this knight f6, let's be honest. But even, oh my gosh, g5, h6 is another story. Okay, okay.
What
We
do
got
they
what
have
we
on the board?
wanted.
What do they have on the board? We just don't see the current.
Rook a, this is the current position.
Oh, so it is very close to that.
Bibisara, she has to make one last move.
She's very close to the very exciting idea. Knight e4 check. Here we are.
King f5 only move. This is move 14.
Yes, the first control is over.
Rook f7 is a blunder. After rook a3, knight will be gone. So rook a2 is
Oh my
also
God,
pretty much
what a game
forced.
it will be. What a game it will be if knight f6 happens.
Valerie, every move after this one, rook a2, are pretty much forced. King e3, you want to do king e3.
It's just game
and
over.
f4 is...
It's just game over. I mean, this is it. The position is winning for white.
Do you think knight f6 is easy move to see?
But they are not in the time trouble anymore.
Yeah.
And it is kind of, there is no more options. I mean, white is forced to take on it. Alexandra, I think, couldn't see that move yet. She just went away.
I think
So-
she sees it.
Yes,
Yes.
opposite. She saw that, and that's why she just went
spots it
away.
in a second, everything's...
Oh
things
my
like
God,
that.
such a powerful idea that is just ending up the game.
Wow.
So actually on each move now, on each board now we have 40 and more moves on the board. Now the players will take the time for sure. They will think, they will relax a little bit.
Sure,
Nah,
because
that's for sure.
Valerie, you know, most of the blunders happens before 40 moves and after 40.
50F.
After 40 moves, because very often players are tired and they're not taking a walk or some sip of water or anything. They need to rest, as we also need to rest here to get some energy, guys. We have to do it. And we'll be back shortly in few minutes with some of the updates and perhaps even some of the results in games, or it will be another long day for us in the studio.
Let's see.
Don't go anywhere, guys, because we'll be back and we want to see knight f6 on the board.
Bibisara Assaubayeva joining us here after her lucky draw in round 6 with Nana Dzagnidze. Bibisara, sorry, this is your second draw against Georgian players in this tournament and a very lucky save in both cases. Do you have some lucky spell against the Georgians, or what's going on?
Actually, I don't know. I think the reason that I always play with Georgian women in classical games with black, and it's hard a little bit for me because I have a good score with them in rapid and blitz when I play white. But okay, they play very strong, and they know how to play against King's Indian. Not all women can play good against King's Indian, I think. And okay, I thought that she have initiative, but maybe I have some my pluses. But okay, if she will play instead of bishop a6, bishop a4, I think I don't saw any chance to continue the game. But after bishop a6, maybe it's still losing for me, but I have some play, and we are low in time, and at some moment I even start thinking about the winning. But okay, in the end I'm not sure. I can play queen f5, king f5, and my king is not safe, but if she don't find something, I will play just queen d1, c2, c1. And I'm not sure, maybe I should play like this, but I thought that it's enough risk for today and just do repeat it.
Well, you were very lucky, and obviously sitting through a completely lost position. I've asked you this before, but where do you find the energy? What's going through your head? How can you just stay there? Because obviously you're not playing against anyone. This was in Lela. It was a tough game. Now this is Nana, who is obviously very experienced. So where did you find that energy to keep going? Is it in your opponent's moves? Is it in their body talk, the way they move? Do you sense some insecurity there?
I think I just continue to play, and if my opponent do the strongest move, okay, I will resign. But if not, I continue to play and try to find some chances, and sometimes it helps.
And finally, you just mentioned, again, Georgian players, you have good score in rapid and blitz, and in classical is different. Is there a distinctive style Georgian players have when they play?
Yeah, maybe, because I think they are focused on the game, and they need to think. And when they think, I have some problems. But in rapid and blitz, okay, maybe because I'm younger than them, maybe this is the reason just.
I've heard, just final question, I've heard a comment, one of the commentators saying in the broadcast that you are well known for your famous stare. When you look at the players, you stare. I've noticed chess players do that. So not just you, so others do that as well. Is that part of the psychological game? Are you trying to intimidate your opponent that way, or trying to see where they're looking? What's the story behind that?
I don't know. From my childhood, I looking at my opponent like this, and because of this, a lot of people thought that I'm not nice person. But usually in the life, I'm laughing a lot and smile a lot. But during the game, I'm not smiling, and maybe it's because of my face. I just look serious, and all people thought that it's a killer look, something like this.
So there's a loving smile and loving heart behind that killer look. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, of course.
We'll leave you. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the game.
And we are back. You guys probably have already witnessed that we had knight to f6 sacrifice in Bibisara's game. She spotted it, Valerie, and she played. You don't need to ask her twice when there is a winning chance, of course.
Yes, it is. So let's go to that game. Let's go to that game where the knight f6 happened. This is a moment. So we are considering that line, and after knight f6, white is completely winning. In the game was king d6, knight e8, then take here, knight d5 check, and king f8, but it does not help to black to be on time to catch that pawn, as the position by itself is already losing. Unfortunately for Kosteniuk, Alexandra, here is just no way to survive.
Well, the plan here to win the game is basically to push the f5 pawn when it's the right time.
Also, to enter with the king from behind of the pawns, you know,
Yes.
just to go there, put the knight on f6 and go with the king on g8.
Exactly. So here black has to make the move first of
Actually,
all.
f8 is also enough, you know, after king f8 there is h7 threat.
So white can also do knight f6 and h7, just to make sure that this pawn stacks the king on g7 forever.
It's completely
King
losing.
d6 is another move. So Alexandra Kosteniuk unfortunately blundered this move and this position, and now it will be difficult to find a way out.
On the second board we have quite interesting moment right now where Sarah Hadem played the excellent g4, the last move. That's just a nice and beautiful move. Amazing, we can even say that g4 solved. Okay, without g4 also there was all chances to survive, but g4 is kind of fixing that. That on f4, okay, taking on g4 does not make any big sense because of king g3. And there is no way to improve anything with black here. And on f4, there will be g5, even winning for white. Even winning for white. King h5. Now the checkmate is hanging on h7, and on h6, just rook h7 and winning for white. So Kashlinskaya Alina captured on g4, faces king g3 from Sarah Hadem, and it seems like that's it. That's it, the game goes to draw, as the white is taking on g4, then the black could take on f2, but the white will capture on e4. It's just an easy draw with the gh pawn against the h pawn.
2 pawns versus 1 is usually draw, but now, especially when it's a corner pawn, this will be pretty much the agreement of a draw.
Yes, yes, there is no way to increase the pressure here with the white. And the last game we have here is Javakhishvili Lela against Muzychuk Mariya with a completely equal position for last maybe 15 moves. They continue playing, but there is like no danger from any of the side to create to the opponent. Okay, we can consider for black the move like rook a3, for example, as even c5 is not giving any goods to white, as there will be king c6. Now rook e6 is even very risky because it will be king b5, and the rook has to go back to support the a2 pawn. As rook e5 will be actually too much, taking on a2 or even h4 is okay. Yes, even h4. Okay, the position is absolutely drawish, you know, absolutely. So maybe they will play few more moves and then agree on draw. Actually, all our games are to the end with a clear result.
Right, and we already have Stavroula versus Dzagnidze. Draw this position.
Yes.
They just agreed on a draw here.
Yes, a few minutes ago they agreed on draw. It was the repetition with checks and attacking the g pawn. Yeah, attack the g pawn, then check, then again attack the g pawn. Black is forced to support that pawn, otherwise being 2 pawn down is too much. Okay, So let's take a look at the first board again. What happened there, that after king e5, Kosteniuk Alexandra went with the knight on g8. The engine says knight f6. What an interesting thing. And if the black captures on f6, capture on f6, king takes h6, king d6, and this position is just losing here because, for example, king h7, then king d7. And white is attacking first from e8, and then they will play king e7 to get the opponent in zugzwang. Instead of knight f6, let's consider if there is anything else for white that gives any hopes to black. For example, if white plays king d6. No hopes even here.
Yeah,
No
I like
hopes
this
even
more. This like, okay, knight f6 is straightforward, but bishop rook to d6. Oh my God,
King
king to d6 actually takes away e7 square, and knight is just tucked.
And just a move for
And
black.
king h7, knight f6 now is forced to take on
No, it's
f6.
completely forced. Yes, king d6 is kind of ending up the game, but Bibisara will take your time. Why not? Enjoy with a winning position
Yeah,
and then play
exactly.
the move whenever you like, whichever move you like.
It is quite difficult to lose this game with white. Enough time on the clock. Difficult to blunder anything.
Yeah, that's so unexpected knight f6 tactics for Kosteniuk Alexandra in this game. We have the new move that Kashlinskaya Alina did. This is rook e1. Now I think Sarasadat will capture on g4, and it happened so. And okay, what to say? Rook f1, rook takes e4. There is nothing better for black here to suggest.
No, I
Could
don't
be
see
that
anything.
Kashlinskaya Alina will continue playing with the two pawns
No.
against the one pawn. I think it's just kind of fair play to agree on draw.
Yeah, also they have to play last round, so they want to keep the energy for sure.
Yeah,
Go
why
to
to
red.
spend
She
it?
offers a draw now.
Yes.
And we have a
that's it,
handshake.
yes.
All right, this is another draw, today's game, but
already have
big
3
fight,
draws.
big fight, not easy game for Sarah because she had quite tough time to defend it, but she's doing a great job. Actually, second part of the tournament is quite successful for her. Last 2 games in progress, Assaubayeva, Kosteniuk, Javakhishvili, Muzychuk, and those 2 games are not far from the end. Bibisara has not made her next move yet. She's still thinking. As Valerie said, there is nothing to rush. She can totally enjoy the situation and the game.
And Mariya Muzychuk also played rook a3 here. I think the agreement is not far away in this position also.
Yeah, you can't activate your rook. A2 pawn is hanging. You can push one pawn c5, but there is no improvement with that. So
there is no improvement
nothing
anywhere.
Yeah, not,
Anywhere.
how can you lose this game with any of the colors?
Okay, for me the most natural seems to play just rook f2 and with a repetition just agree on draw. Attack that pawn on king e6, so we can do rook e2 check again. There is nothing better than king d6, as king f6 will be quite risky. After c5, white's passed pawn is very dangerous, so it makes no sense to make any risk with black. The same I can say with the white. For example, if they play c5, there is just no point of risking there, as after king c6 and rook e6 check, there will be king b5 and the white is forced to go back. Because on rook h6 there is even h4. G takes h4, G takes h4. Okay, I don't
Rook
know even
A2.
what to analyze here. So rook takes h4. Oh, rook takes h4 is rook a4, yes.
I thought you
So
wanted to show that.
King e5, so has to be done. King a5, take here, just a draw. And Bibisara is still thinking. It's a little bit strange. Why to take so much time? I mean, connected to that it's better to save the energies for the last two very decisive rounds for Bibisara. I'd like to know who are the opponents of Bibisara
The pairings,
for
right?
last two rounds. That's very interesting. And she played King D6. Of course, she'll do that. King D6, King H7, and now she will play Knight F6.
All right, we have the pairings of last two very important rounds. So in the round 8, Bibisara will face Tsolakidou, Stavroula, and then we have the last round
Where she's again black.
against Vaishali. So Bibisara has white in the 8th round and the black with in the 9th round.
In the 8th round, she's white, I thought?
Yes.
Ah, so she's white with Tsolakidou, Stavroula. That will be also a very nice game.
Very nice game, as well as the last game, because
Yeah,
they
Vaishali
are
will
from
try
the same
to
generation.
show up her skills in the
Yes.
last round for sure.
Show the clothes, how sharp they are. Kosteniuk already played King H7?
Yes,
H7,
and
yeah.
there is a time for Knight F6 now.
And there we go. Knight F6 has been played. This is the most accurate way for me.
Yeah, it's time to resign. Unfortunately for Kosteniuk, Alexandra.
Not much of the options. You have to capture these knights because
Yes, otherwise,
for
I mean,
game with this pawn
yeah.
structure, it's
All
for
is
sure
clear.
game over.
All is clear.
But not easy to make the move at this point because your next move means that you have to
Actually,
resign soon.
yes, yes, it is. Yeah, King H8 makes no sense at all because take on G8, taking just King E7. Just winning all the pawns if the white likes so.
Mhm.
And taking on F6, we already considered. That take, King H6, and here is the last correct move to do. This is King D7 and then King E8. Okay. The worst moment in the game for Kosteniuk, Alexandra, and the best moment in the game for Bibisara Assaubayeva. Let's take a look at another game. Maybe there was already the agreement after Rook A3 between Javakhishvili and Lela. Yes, here we are. The game is over
The
here
game
with
is
draw.
over.
So we have another draw here, 4 draws, and we have the last decisive result upcoming in Assaubayeva Bibisara and Kosteniuk Alexandra's game, which will also end up in a few minutes.
And this is our last.
Yes, and that's it.
And here we have a
Resignation.
handshake. Well, 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 what a day, what a dramatic
Yeah.
day. Anyway, we have 4 draws and 1 decisive result, and out of 5 leaders today, we narrowed it down with 1 leader only. And this is Bibisara Assaubayeva from Kazakhstan. She has 4.5 points and leading the first leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. She is followed by many participants with 4 points, just a point behind Dzagnidze, Stavroula Tsolakidou, Mariya Muzychuk, Alina Kashlinskaya, Mariya Muzychuk. Those are the players behind her, but tomorrow will be another day. As in the pairings, Bibisara will play against Tsolakidou. These two players have been leaders of this competition from the almost second round. So tomorrow will be crucial. Bibisara takes with white pieces. Stavroula will take the black pieces. How would you summarize the day, Valerie?
It was a very slow day from the beginning. Then it was like bombing in the middle game. And in the end, we have what we have, that only one decisive result. We're hoping for more tomorrow.
Now a lot of people have to catch up with Bibisara. So I have predictions to have more decisive results, more risks, more sacrifices. That's exactly what we want to have. Thanks very much for being here with us today. Thank you, Valerie, for the commentaries.
Thank you also, and see you tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolet signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.